Principality, ladies and welcome to the Principality Stadium. We've got a couple of fixtures coming up for you later on this evening at 7:30. We've got the Dewar Shield where we have Pontypridd schools versus Llanelli schools. On the conduct, first of all, we have the champion of champions 5-4 kickoff. That's Gyfun like Myrddin.
Hello, a chris cynnes Stadium Principality. Hello, good evening and a very warm welcome to the Principality Stadium. For the first of two matches here tonight, we begin with the under-18 school champions of champions between two Welsh medium schools, Ysgol Gymraeg Bro Myrddin and Ysgol Gymraeg Bro Morgannwg. It is East against West here, and it's going to be a good game of rugby. Both these schools renowned for playing quick, fast, open rugby, and the fans have come out here in their numbers. They'll be well supported, as the players have been warming up at the Arms Park next door, and a few of the substitutes getting on to the pitch, getting a warm round of applause. Keeping me company for this one is Aled Parry, regional lead with the WRU. Aled, it should be a good game tonight. Clear skies, lovely pitch, and these schools will relish playing there in this marvellous stadium.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr o'n gael fi mae heno. Noswaith hyfryd. It's a lovely evening for a great expansive game of rugby, hopefully. Both schools coming through to this final, so just hopefully now that they can put a show on for all the spectators that have come up from West Wales and from the capital.
Ac Aled, mae'r ddwy ysgol yma wedi bod yma o'r blaen. Now, you have a question amdano hynny, faint o gyfarwydd a faint o les di hynny ran perfformiad, oherwydd we will be having a look at the teams in a second or so. These teams have made their way over and stayed strong to those previously selected. So here's the Bro Myrddin team. The front three: Iago David Solway, Thomas David Jones. Second rows: Maxen Lloyd, Garan Phillips, and the back row led by captain number 8 Thomas Charles, with Thomas Parry and Ben Morgan on the flanks. Half-backs: Maxen Morgan, Rhys James. Centres: Abel Rees, Griff Collier. Wingers: Harry Davis and Ellis Jones. And full-back is Rhys Jones, coached by John Norgrove. Dyna chi dîm Ysgol Bro Myrddin. And they saw on y gwrthynebwyr heddiw yma, Ysgol Bro Morgannwg, and led by Rhys Beynon, the head coach. Front row, Rheng Flaen, Evan Mitchell, captain Aled Phillips, hooker y bachwr Rhydian James, tight head prop. Second rows: Oliver Bennett, Oscar Thomas. Rheng all, back row: Elian Davis, Zach Edwards, number 8 Liam Williams. Scrum half: Owen Lewis. Fly half: Rhys Muxworthy. Centres: Richard Jenkins, Jack Evans. Wingers: Connor Williams, Thomas Provis, and full-back Thomas Powell. As you can see, the light show has begun. The theatre is ready for these two teams to perform and play in this under-18s final. Champions of champions. Who will get that honour? And what an occasion. And you think back to the New Zealand game when Wales had that half-time performance, and the youngsters here been privileged enough to experience something as close to similar as possible. Felly mae'n mynd i fod yn brofiad a hanner i'r chwaraewyr yma, a'r teuluoedd a'r cefnogwyr sydd wedi dod i gefnogi hefyd. Am hynny, Aled, y ddau dîm wedi bod yma o'r blaen, nifer y chwaraewyr yma wedi perfformio o blaen yn yr oedrana fengach. Bro Morgannwg wedi cael llwyddiant dros y blynyddoedd, Bro Myrddin hefyd. Faint o les dyn bod nhw wedi cael cyfarwyddo?
Bydde'n mantis mawr bod nhw wedi chwarae ar y stadiwm. Un peth sydd yn mynd i fod yn wahanol yw seis y ca. Mae fe'n anferth o ga, a mae'n bwysig bod nhw'n gadw bach o egni i falle'r 20 munud diwetha o'r ail hanner, achos falle na le fydd y gwaglen dod, a na le falle welwn ni mwy o'r ceisiau. Ond, an absolutely exciting and a privilege for these young boys to play on the stadium today, and hopefully it's going to live up to the expectation.
Let's hope so. Let's hope for a good game of rugby. Both teams on the field. Referee is Paddy Bateman. He'll be assisted by Will Goodwin and Caleb Bow. And to kick off the game, Myrddin in the purple and black, playing from left to right. Game starts and received by Morgannwg in the light blue, playing from right to left. So early ball for the team from Barry, not too far down the road from here. A longer trip down the M4 for the Carmarthen boys. Going through the phases early, steps back inside and into touch, almost into touch. Well played by the left winger.
No, lost now.
Still be there for Max Morgan, whips it out. Kick downfield by fly half Rhys James. Finds a bit of grass. Pops it nicely for Muxworthy. Reprise with a long kick downfield, lands just outside the 22. Head up by the fullback, Rhys Jones, runs across field, beats the first defender. Sucks in the second and third. Good quick rucking by Morgannwg, but isolated on the floor in the end, Rhys Jones. You know, there's a taste at how the fullback is looking to play. More than willing to run the ball back. And here he is, struggling off a player or two. Gets chucked to deck, and it looks like it's the open side flanker, the vice-captain, Zach Edwards, with the jackal and the steal.
Yeah, a great opportunity here for Myrddin now to try and get a clean line out and a drive to try and get as close as possible to that try line.
Just on the edge of the white.
So messages exchanged between Aled Phillips, the captain, the hooker, and Rhyddian Jones, the tight head prop. Six-man line. It's a full line out into the middle. They throw, taken straight towards the driving line out. That picks up a bit of momentum. It breaks free. Looks like it's going to be the first score, and it's going to be a score to the captain, Aled Phillips. Ysgol Bro Myrddin draw first blood. And that was a warning shot. But how powerful the front eight for the Carmarthenshire boys is.
Yeah, and that's the difficult thing. If you concede a penalty in the middle of the field, the extra half can kick deep into the 22, and once they've recovered that line out and had it's very, very difficult to stop that once the momentum is going without giving away a penalty, and that's the first try of the evening.
Looking back, I may be a little bit picky, but it could have been argued a little bit of truck and trailer, I'm not sure, because it did split off. I know, Aled, you're not going to be looking at it because you're based down west. Not that I want to create a rivalry and...
No, I'll try and put my bias aside for this evening.
It does just split off here, doesn't it? Is there an argument if there was a TMO here? But nevertheless, try is scored, try is allowed. Ysgol Bro Myrddin 5, Morgannwg 0. Chip downfield by Muxworthy.
A good kick there that had the Myrddin second row slightly isolated and then pushed into touch.
I'm going to correct myself for the score here. Davies Solway's the hooker for Bro Myrddin. Wrong side of the paper. But here we go. Morgannwg into midfield. Oh, out of the tackle, they've struck free. Down into the 22, 5 metres over. It's going to be score. Morgannwg reply immediately. Jack Evans, the outside centre. Pretty much first touch of the ball in an attacking sense. And we're all even Stevens after 4 minutes. What a try.
What a try, yeah. So great run from the centre. A little bit of lack of communication there in the defence by Myrddin, which obviously allowed the centre to go through the gap, and what an excellent finish. What a good, clean pair of heels then as he crossed.
Here he is, just head down, shrugs off the first tackle, and plenty of pace. Evades 1, 2, or 3 would-be tacklers. Williams there in the break, giving us a thumbs up. as Rhys Muxworthy eyes up the conversion. Strikes it well. Splits the sticks. Morgannwg now ahead. Ysgol Bro Myrddin 5, Bro Morgannwg 7. Ac am ddechreuad i'r rownd derfynol. Pencampwyr dan y ddeunaw wrth i'w ailweld y cais gan Jack Evans, y canolwr. 2 gais o fewn y 5 munud agoriadol. A mae Bro Morgannwg yn dod unwaith yn rhagor o'r ailgychwyn. O'r bas drwy'r drws cefn, y bas wrthol. Bro Morgannwg a ripping free again. Offload it to the scrum half. One tackler beaten into the 22. Here they come again, up to the 5-metre line. Hits the deck, hacked forward. Penalty Bro Myrddin for offside. It looks like a fortunate decision, but then again, what an attack by Bro Morgannwg.
Oh, what an attack. Excellent hands. Went from one side of the field to the other. And really unfortunate there at the end. I think the attacking team kicked the ball into their own player, which, you know, could be deemed as accidental. But the referee's given a penalty and Bro Myrddin have just cleared the lines there now.
So Bro Myrddin were facing conceding a second try within a minute. Thanks to that penalty, the result is they're up into the visitors' half.
Yeah, it's a great attacking platform here. If they can secure the line out, they can release the backs again.
Try scored a Solway into the middle. Does it look all too straight? Yeah, I think the call came in from the assistant referee. So we'll have the first scrum of the evening. 7 minutes gone. Bro Myrddin 5, Bro Morgannwg 7. The bird's eye view here, and from down below. So here we have Bro Morgannwg's Evan Mitchell, Aled Phillips and Rhyddian Jones going head to head with Iago David, Davies Solway and Thomas Jones.
Behind.
Owen Lewis to feed for Bro Morgannwg. Scrum half fires it into midfield. Again around the corner, the fly half has stripped free Muxworthy. One more pass, or it's gone backwards. Knock-on advantage. Bro Myrddin. Big sigh of relief again. But Bro Morgannwg, how dangerous do they look in the back line?
Yeah, bob tro mae Bro Morgannwg yn cael y bil, maen nhw'n edrych yn really gyffroes. Fi'n edrych mlaen I weld beth nhw'n gallu gwneud trwy gydol y game in. Yeah, they're looking extremely sharp behind, and at the moment they seem to be cutting Bro Myrddin to shreds.
There's going to be Bro Morgannwg ball pale. Y tîm o Barry, y bachwr. Aled Phillips I daflu. Unwaith eto, ddim yn syth, once again. We're going to have a scrum. The dart's not being fired straight.
Yeah, both hookers struggle at the moment to get that ball in straight. When we were here earlier, the pitch has been watered, so maybe the ball is a little bit slippery there, but yeah, it's important they sort this out now so they can both launch attacking platforms.
A set piece or important to give yourself a platform.
Set.
So it's the scrum, Bro Myrddin. Early engagement, still have to go again.
You've got a really short line.
Max Morgan on the far side with the ball. Mr. Bateman saying a few words.
Crouch.
And here we go again.
Bind. Set.
Better engagement this time. Bit of a shove coming on by Bro Morgannwg. Hustle and bustle at the back there. Under pressure, Max Morgan by his counterpart, Owen Lewis.
Pass back.
Bro Myrddin looking downfield to relieve a bit of pressure. That's a decent touch finder.
This touch. Yeah.
Oh, was taken back in.
Yeah, ball was passed back into the 22 there. Oh,
or was it? Or was it? Who knows?
bit of indecision there.
Yeah. But in the end, the refereeing trio come to the decision, and it's going to be a Bro Morgannwg ball just within their own half.
Boys further.
He's actually given it to Bro Myrddin there. I think there must have been a touch in flight, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. That's why he didn't go out on the full.
All on.
Big up and under.
Go on 10 metres.
Knocked on by Bro Morgannwg. Is there for Bro Myrddin.
Play advantage.
Comes out to the outside centre, Griff Collier.
No hands.
Just gives the platform for his forwards. Thomas Parry, the vice-captain. Good counter-rucking by Bro Morgannwg. No advantage, shall they come back to the scrum?
Yeah, it's such an important part of the game these days is the kicking game, and Bro Myrddin did well there. They put pressure on the Bro Morgannwg full-back, forced the knock-on, and now they've got an attacking platform just outside, just inside the Bro Morgannwg half.
7. Crouch.
So another scrum. Previous set piece, Bro Morgannwg seems to try and chase and put the Myrddin boys under pressure. The scrum half, Max Morgan, in all sorts of bother. Llisgwr ys Bro Morgannwg eto trio codi'r pwysau yn y scrum I herio'r wyth o Fro Myrddin. Lle Morgan yn bwydo. Scrum half feed is there at the back. Oh, penalty for the boys in blue. I think the loose head prop at this near side picked out by the referee, Iago David.
On the mark, okay.
Not keeping square.
10 for you.
Or taken quickly by Muxworthy. Attacking down this left-hand side, quickly out to Williams. Ball kept alive, good hands. The outside flanker, Zach Edwards. Wins another metre or two. Elian Davis.
Step, keep going.
Muxworthy kick through. Knocked on. Oh, could be a bit of a head collision there as well.
Inside.
Bro Morgannwg.
Okay.
Showing that he got a good variation in attack.
Yeah, fi'n credu bod y gêm dadlwytho yn gweithio'n dda I Bro Morgannwg. Mae'n rhoi lot o lein o'r tu fas. Yeah, the offloading game has been very impressive so far by Bro Morgannwg, creating lots of space when they're attacking on the outside.
Yeah, a mae rhywun y teimlo bod na fygythiad drwyddi draw trwy'r adag gan bechgyn Bro Morgannwg. Yn wedi gyrolwyr bod tom wedi cyffwrdd y bel. Y meddylfryd cyntaf ydy ymosod ac ymosod y llydan a rhoi pwysau ar yr amddiffynwyr yna.
Ie, yn bendant, a maen nhw'n digon bodlan ymosod unrhyw le o'r ca hefyd sydd yn plesio. Fi'n dwlu gweld gêm yn o'r gored hefyd. Ond maen nhw wedi dechrau nawr, fel oedd cic bach trwyddo fyna, so maen nhw'n cadw'r amddiffyn yn onest hefyd. So wrth wneud hwnna, falle fydd mwy o gwagle yn troi lan.
Ie, ac o ran canlyniadau gyrraedd yma, mae Bro Morgannwg, the results to get here, Bro Morgannwg were in the group with Merthyr, Bro-Eden and Crickhowell, where Bro Myrddin beat Haverfordwest Hulffordd yn yr own gynderfynol. These teams have to earn their place here in the final, wedi gorau heiddi lle yn yr own derfynol. And after a quick fire start, 2 tries within 5 minutes, things have settled down. It's become a bit more of an arm wrestle. As Bro Myrddin's Max Morgan again prepares to feed into that scrum.
Leave it. Hold!
Good pressure. Back to his fly half. Rhys James sends it long downfield. Powell.
Yeah, I think Bro-Eden have got, Bro Morgannwg have got the edge, I think, in that scrum, and is putting pressure on the scrum half from Myrddin, which is putting them on the back foot really, but a good clearing kick there.
Yeah, nearly finding the edge of the defence as well with Thomas Provis on the right wing. Good hands by the fly half, Muxworthy. Gets to Provis, but his little chip and chase doesn't quite work out. Solway finds his man, Maxen Lloyd. Returns to the driving line out, which produced that early score, side entry, cheap penalty to give away. Advantage, Myrddin. Will they look to play?
Here's a chance to attack here. Oh, lovely step, lovely step.
The show and go, knocked on.
No advantage. Number
Come
8,
back
side
for the
entry.
digital offence.
Where? Number 8, side
Yeah,
entry.
again, once that kind of rolling maul gets started, it's very, very difficult to
Please
stop
back,
it. And the only way that Morgannwg could do it there was to give away that penalty, which will give Myrddin a chance now to put the ball back deep into Morgannwg half.
Blue on the line. Use a line, boys.
I'm trying to recall off the top of my head now who the famous faces from both schools are.
Blue on the line. Boys,
Myrddin,
blue on the line.
probably more known for their hookers over recent years. Ken Owens.
Yes, Ken, I think Ryan
Elias.
Rhys Priestland, I think, as
Yeah.
well, is a
Myrddin boy. Where the Morgannwg would be Corey Allen. Who else would be Morgannwg, his brother. Right then, Myrddin, he go wide, he's put some width on it, gets out to Jones. Jones pins his ears back, tries to beat a man. Can he stay in field? The slick surface almost carries him over. Morgan, fullback Chris Jones steps up, beats the first man, the flying Elian Davis. Still there for Max Morgan. Parry. Myrddin bunched up around the ball at the moment. The back's trying to give a bit of width here. Within a couple of metres, one more drive potentially could be enough. Max Morgan.
Yeah, there's space.
There is space, they go wide, 3-on-2. Oh, intercepted, gone backwards, it's got to be a score. Myrddin almost did their best not to score, but they're over for a second.
Yeah, that was great. They showed a little bit of patience there, and then when the time was on, they did spread the ball wide. Morgannwg were lucky not to get that intercept there, but they managed to pick the ball up and score in the corner.
That's good patient play, using the forwards to really sack that defence in, narrow. They go wide. Oh, and yeah, just pops backwards for the full-back Rhys Jones to flop over. Am nhw'n sefyllfa lle dyn nhw'n gorfod sgorio. Far o byd oedd Thomas Provis allan gallu neud.
Yeah, oedd gyda chwaraewyr mas na, a they just trio cael y bel trwy'r dwylo I sgor yn y corner la. Fel digwyddodd e, oedd e'n cais bach hawdd yn y diwedd.
Yeah, yr ail gais, the second try. For Myrddin restores that 5-point lead that they held within the first couple of minutes. Conversion is also good. Myrddin 12, Morgannwg 7, 17. Oh, knocked on from the restart. How often does that happen? Switch off for a moment. Cheap possession handed back.
Yeah, ni'n gweld hwnna mewn bob agweddau o'r gêm. Ni'n gweld hwnna ar llwyfan rhyngwladol, a ni hefyd yn gweld yn gêmau cymunedol. Mae fe'n agwedd rili pwysig ar ôl chi sgori cais. Na gyd chi mo'n neud yw dal y bel, cario fe tyfu bach, wedyn cael y bel lawr I hanner y tîm arall, ond mae fe'n rwyddach dweud na gweud.
Ydy, rhwystredig, dydy. Bob un sy'n gwylio ac yn cefnogi yn y ffordd i'n benodol. Ond scrum ydy hi.
Coach killer fi'n credu galw hwnna, dy fe?
Y term technical, ie. Ond ni, Morgannwg yn ymosod. Oh, they've thrown their defence in really narrow, and again, not for the first time, probably the third or fourth time they've lost the ball and knocked it on in an attacking position. Now, then here we go, Rhys Jones Can he keep the ball in field? Hack just off. And he could see his name in lights. And the second try beckoned for him.
Oh, it's such a difficult one there. They looked as if they were going to score quite easily in the corner there, but just the hands let the players down, and obviously they just lost 75 metres there, and Myrddin have got an opportunity now to put lots of pressure on Morgannwg.
And if we assess the first 20 minutes or so, you could say Myrddin have taken the chances, Morgannwg have failed to take their chances.
Yeah, definitely, and I don't know if whether it's the occasion and a little bit of nerves, or whether, as we said earlier, it's that slippery ball. But if Morgannwg want to kind of go ahead and win this game, they're going to have to start taking those chances.
I'm going to blame the ball.
Same marks, boys.
And
Use a
me
line.
then.
Blue, use a line. Go on the line. There, this line. Just that on the AR.
We've got 15 minutes remaining in this first half. They go towards the tail, well taken by Parry into midfield, hits the deck. To be a kick downfield, looking for the 50-22. Doesn't quite get there. Powell has a bit of time.
Retreat, blue 8.
Sends it downfield, doesn't look for touch. Rhys Jones, try scorer. Doesn't get around Powell, so he offloads to Ellis Jones. Morgan. Myrddin could go wide early here if they fancy it. Plenty of numbers. There's width. Myrddin slightly disarrayed in their defence, so they have to rush up out wide. That's a good spot tackle. I think it's Evan Mitchell, the loose end prop, saving the day. And there's a penalty.
Oh, that was an excellent tackle. If they'd managed to get that ball away, I think Myrddin could have been in for their third try there, but an excellent tackle. And they've turned the ball over now with a penalty.
I think he's missing a 3 on the back of his shirt to go that one. It was more of an outside centre spot tackle, wasn't it, to shut the door close.
Yeah, it was great. He showed his mobility around the park there.
After that early score by Myrddin, Morgannwg quickly settling in the game, but they've got lost in the last 5 minutes. Can they launch an attack? No, it's another not straight by the hooker, Aled Phillips, the captain. Feeling the occasion potentially.
Yeah, and it must be getting a little bit frustrating now for the Morgannwg coach, Rhys Bynan.
A scrum, they've enjoyed this faster play, maybe not got too much success in terms of penalties yet, but they've shown they may be superior. One efo'r goruchafiaeth yn yr ardal yma o'r gêm. Bechgyn Barry. Morgan yn bwydo. Morgan feeds is there at the feet of the number 8. Little chip over the top, looking for the grass in between the back line and the full back, but it picked up by Thomas Powell up towards the halfway line. Plenty there in blue to support him. They go wide, easily defended by Ellis Jones. Lost on the floor again. A little bit of handling, letting the Barry boys down.
Yeah, I think they now need to kind of, maybe one of them needs to take a knee and they need to just to compose themselves just that little bit more. There's a lot of kind of unforced errors creeping in here now, which will only frustrate the players. So a bit of calm maybe is needed here, and I'm sure if they do that, they'll get straight back into this game.
This is the under-18s final. Dyma Pontypridd, a team dan ddeunaw. Morgannwg have enjoyed plenty of success with the younger age categories, the year 8 and year 10s. Those players have now come up into this age group, but Myrddin streaking down the left-hand side into the 22. Isolated now is Harry Davies. The point I was trying to make with Harry Davies got free on that left-hand side. Bro Myrddin, the younger age group within this under-18s team, they've been here a number of times before and had success here, and they've taken that level up with them into this under-18s category, developed together as a team on the field. And I'm sure this Bro Morgannwg team may be here for a couple of years now. That's a decent chip downfield by the fly half.
Yeah, it was difficult there. They worked the ball so well and got into loads of space there, but they just got isolated at the end, and that's the problem sometimes with playing on this pitch, and it's so big for these young lads. Is you might see a lot of that happening where they'll work the ball well, but they'll actually isolate themselves, which will lead to some turnovers or possibly like a penalty like last time.
Scrum. Knocked on in the line out.
Bro Morgannwg line out, suffering.
Scrum.
And maybe that's why their performance in the last 15 minutes or so has dipped.
Yeah, it's difficult because they get into good areas of the field, but obviously as soon as they throw the ball off the line, they concede possession straight back to Bro Myrddin, which enables them maybe to grow in a bit of confidence then, and they can attack then from some good situations in the field.
Yeah, maybe Bro Morgannwg will need a few leaders on the field to try and simplify things. Short in the line, go short. Oh, good running, good dummy running. Oh, knocked on carelessly by Powell. Again, it's been a good position here for Bro Myrddin. A chance in the last 10 minutes of this first half to look to extend their lead. Searching for the third try.
Time off, boys.
Yeah, Bro Myrddin now starting to play the game in the right areas here, so maybe Adrian Williams or John Nordgrove have obviously passed the message on just to kind of play a little bit of territory here, get into the Bro Morgannwg half and kind of attack from there rather than from their own half.
And as you mentioned at the top of the match, it is a big old pitch, bigger than they've probably played on before, unless they've been here before and played on the full-size pitch. But with all the excitement, the adrenaline, the buzz, the rush of coming on here, which is now quickly worn off, they may have expended a bit too much energy in their first 10 minutes. They'll be feeling the pace of this game, which is probably more frantic than the usual game down the school ground will be.
Oh yeah, 100%, and kind of we see that all the time with the community events at the stadium. It starts off with a frantic pace, and then all of a sudden you can see it slowing down, and it becomes more like a school game then. So, I don't suppose you can stop the exuberance. It's maybe sometimes once in a lifetime opportunity to play here, so you want to go out there and you want to do your best.
Yeah, we've got an injury on this near hand side, the left side for Bro Morgannwg. Just a bit of treatment. So a knock on the leg, looks like an ankle injury maybe. So the players taking on a bit of water. It's a proud moment for the players, but it's also a proud moment for the parents. I'm not sure if they've spotted themselves on the screen. May have. Time's off.
Yeah, certainly. I was fortunate to be here last night for the WSC girls final between Coleg Llandyfri and Gwent. And speaking to some of the parents I know from Llandyfri, they looked and they said that they felt more exhausted than the actual girls on the field. They'd gone through the mill with it. So yeah, it's a big day all around, not just for these players on the field, but for the school. And what it can do really, it's great to see so many of the younger pupils from the schools here as well. So it bodes for an inspiration for them, obviously, to try and keep playing rugby and hopefully get there one day themselves.
Yeah, I think yesterday was officially the second day of the road to Principality series, with Coleg Gwent beating Llandyfri in the girls' final, with Glantaf beating Coleg Cymoedd in an East Wales affair in the boys or the men's competition.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of nice to say. I think Glantaf, first time they've ever won it as well. So it's
were they here last year in the final? I'm trying to remember, or the year before. They have been here before.
Yeah.
But lost. But yeah, you're right. They've not won it before.
No, so it's great to get a new name kind of on that trophy as well.
Yeah, over the years, Llandyfri, Coleg Cymoedd, and Sirgar have dominated the competition as Bro Myrddin again threatened to go wide and rip free, knocked on. So we'll be scrum to Bro Morgannwg. And it's good to see Coleg Cymru. I was speaking down pitch side before this game. Coleg Cymru were in the playoff to stay up in the A division last season with a young team led by Geraint Lewis, or as I still recognise him, Geraint P, for those older listeners maybe.
Yeah, and it's amazing how things can shift within this school, and you can have talented year groups coming together, and all of a sudden then you can be the champions of Wales with a good year group.
Set.
Yeah, those teams last night playing in the Welsh Schools and Colleges League. Now then, Bro Morgannwg, half a yard free for the left winger. Connor Williams into the Bro Myrddin half. Ball is recycled backwards. Elian Davies up to the 10-metre line. Now then, again, it's lost on the floor. Poor ball retention. You can see players getting tired towards the end of this first half. There are gaps opening up in defence. Defence is getting very short. Bro Morgannwg defence all within 10-20 metres of each other. If that went wide, Bro Myrddin again were on.
Yeah, just a drop ball there, so the referee brings it back. There's no advantage, so I think it's going to be a scrum down Bro Myrddin ball.
Yeah, there's an injury off the field. The Bro Myrddin number 14, Ellis Jones, has taken up a knock.
Yeah.
He's off the field, so I'm not sure why we're stopping play.
I know he's off the pitch, but...
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a head injury. I think it's more of a leg. So yeah, I don't think he looks too good then. I think there may be an early substitution here.
Yeah, I'm trying to look over towards the replacements bench here. Somebody's stripping off their tracksuit bottoms.
This was knocked on by blue.
So there will be an early change for Bro Myrddin with less than 5 minutes remaining. And I'm sure the Bro Myrddin boys will be, and supposed to be, glad they weren't travelling here last night. As mentioned to a few earlier on, my pains on the M4, 2.5 hours to get to Cardiff from West Wales. So I'm glad that hasn't happened tonight, or they'd be missing kick-off.
Yeah, no, I feel your pain there. Obviously, being a West Wales boy, I spend a lot of time on the M4, and especially around that kind of Margam, Pontypridd area at the moment. The sooner that gets done, it'll help me out.
Yeah, with a couple of roadworks in the way. But there we go. We're not going to complain. We're talking rugby tonight. So the physios and the team giving some treatment to, as I said, Bro Myrddin right wearing Ellis James. Yeah, he sat up on this near touchline on the halfway line.
And I think this break gives an opportunity then for some kind of coaches' messages to come on, or even the leaders within these teams to just give some instructions over to the rest of the boys.
Yeah, just waiting for a replacement for the game to proceed, I think, or maybe the medical team, which is here in part of every event. They're preparing to come on with the stretcher or the buggy. They've got their medical kit on the far side. Yes, so it must have been a nasty one.
Coming off.
So what have you thought of the first half then Aled? How impressed you've been with the rugby being on show? Obviously it was a firework display of a start.
Yeah, the first 4 minutes was frantic with both teams obviously getting on the score sheet and crossing that whitewash. But it's kind of started to even itself out now. I think if Bro Morgannwg can get some good possession, I think they could. There's a few more tries within this game. But I think then if the accuracy is not there from Bro Morgannwg, and Bro Myrddin get the opportunity to put the ball into the corner, I think their driving maul has been really effective. So yeah, it's going to be all to play for in this second half.
Yeah, change has been made. You can't quite see the number. I think it's number 23 has come on for Bro Myrddin, which is Owain Ellis-Jones.
Okay, love, we okay to go?
We've had 3 tries so far in this one. First scored by hooker Davies Solway for Bro Myrddin. Quickly in reply. Bro Morgannwg with Jack Evans, the outside centre, and then Rhys Jones, the Bro Myrddin fullback, restoring the West Walians' lead. Play back underway, chip downfield, chase for Owain Ellis-Jones.
Keep coming back. Keep coming,
not gone into touch. Jones fires it out, pops up.
The space here.
There is space, there's a 2-on-1 here. Out wide towards Davies, stays in field. And lost, and that's the danger sometimes. If you're not accurate with your passing and your supporting players, if you go wide too early, then there's a lack of support. As Bro Myrddin waste little time. And they come down the left-hand side. The draw and give almost sets Connor Williams free.
Stay here.
Forwards under pressure, well stolen on the floor. Thomas Parry, the vice-captain.
Step, boys.
For Bro Myrddin, back in the pocket. Rhys James, plenty of time. Clock has turned red.
No, boys,
Oh, he's gone off the gone off the stadium clock on the big screen, which is in the referee's watch. Obviously, we've had a few stoppages. I hate to say it, but we could call that a schoolboy error.
Yes, very, very much so. But that's really unlucky, you know. In a conventional school game, obviously you wouldn't have a big screen and a clock up there. So I think the boys were under the impression that we were going off that clock. So really unfortunate there, and
yeah,
hopefully doesn't amount to much.
No, it's a case you should ask the referee how much time is left. It's the referee's decision. That's great defence in midfield by Bro Myrddin, closing that door shut, helping Rhys James. And that mistake, oh, Bro Myrddin, they're through again. Who's never been here before? Can they seal this one? Quick ball, Morgan, the scrum half has to act as a shield, and they're over under the sticks. Provis, the scorer, and Bro Myrddin have really been made to pay for that error. Thomas Provis.
Yeah, that was really unlucky, but in fairness to Bro Morgannwg, took full advantage of that, and what an ideal time to score now. That makes the team talk that much better at half-time.
And it's the centre partnership for Bro Morgannwg that's been devastating. Richie Jenkins this time ripping loose.
Thank you.
And it was Owen Lewis, the scrum half, who had to get his head in the ruck and allowed Thomas Provis to dive over. Converted by Muxworthy. Bro Morgannwg are ahead. Bro Myrddin 12, Bro Morgannwg 14. Lle mae'r sgorfod wedi gwrthdroi yn llwyd unwaith eto. Mae ail sgôr Bro Morgannwg dod i'r asgellwr Provis. Bro Myrddin 12, Bro Morgannwg 14 ar bylchiad yma gan rhif 12.
Mae'r partneriaeth yna yn y canol i Bro Morgannwg wedi bod yn effeithiol ofnadw. Bob tro wedi cael y bêl, mae'n naill wedi torri trwy'r dacl, neu yn digon gelfydd i pasio'r bêl tiol y cefn nôl i'r maswr. A mae hwnna rhywbeth mae eisiau nhw edrych yn yr ail hanner yma.
Yeah, dod o eto ar hyd y cae. Good hands across the field once again. Half a hole for Lewis to try and explore.
Step, last feet.
That was scrum half, so Connor Williams has to get in there. He's going to go back to his fly half. Muxworthy sends it downfield towards his opposite number, Rhys James.
Ball has bounced forwards. Purple, keep coming.
That's a good kick. Where's that going to bounce? pops up. Muxworthy has time, runs across field. There is space, but rubs it down the centre. Rhys Jones beats the first man, beats Provis. The try scorer easily, floats it out. Oh, it did float forward. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I've got to say that was slightly forward there. But again, the full-back from Myrddin looks very sharp, and if Morgannwg are going to get kicked loose, then they may come unstuck.
It just drifts forward, doesn't it? As Griff Collier had a chance to run down the left flank as we scrum to Morgannwg, ahead by 2 points in this Champion of Champions under-18s final. East versus West, Barry against Carmarthen.
Set!
It's going to be interesting here now to see what they do from here. Do they play it conservatively and just put the ball down into Myrddin's 22, or are they going to have another attack?
Big scrum by Myrddin, the best scrum in this half. Bringing in the back line does Muxworthy. Again, fly half touches the ball into the opponent's half.
Not on the ball.
Nearly stolen by Thomas Parry or Ben Morgan on the floor, the open side flanker. Morgannwg happy to go through the phases. They're ahead of the scoreboard. They can control the clock now as well in this first half. Chipped through by Muxworthy. Oh, it's a lovely, well-weighted, hacked through. Well defended as well by Harry Davis. The alarm bells were ringing, the Myrddin defence.
Step.
Oh, it's dropped. Charged down, all sorts of errors. Myrddin switch off again.
Knock on advantage.
Expecting the referee's whistle to be blown for the knock-on. Morgannwg play on.
Advantage
within 5 metres.
Backwards.
Gone backwards. Play will go on. Muxworthy.
Oh, they use their hands here.
There's space. Plenty of players. Williams has gone behind and out. And that's it. That is the end of the first half. 35 minutes are up. And we have an entertaining first half here at the Principality Stadium in the Champion of Champions under-18s final. Mae 'di bod yn hanner gyffroes tu hwnt. 4 cais I gyd, a sy'n gallu bod llawer mwy. 4 tries in all, and they could have had plenty more. The scores coming to Myrddin's David Solway and Rhys Jones. Morgannwg tries coming to Jack Evans, and the pivotal score, Thomas Provis, late in the half after an error with timings for Myrddin. So the score at the interval here at the Principality Stadium, a 2-point difference. Ysgol Myrddin 12, Ysgol Morgannwg 14. 12-14 ar yr egwyl, yr ail hanner I ddod mewn rhyw 5 munud. The second half to come in about 5 minutes time.
mic's got me, okay, yeah?
I don't get that. They get that.
When the folks are ready for the second half, Morgannwg versus Morgannwg. There's 2 points in it, that's it.
Second half underway here at the Principality Stadium. Morgannwg in the blue, kicking off from left to right. Myrddin in the black and purple, right to left. 4 tries in the first half, but it's 1 conversion separating the teams. Myrddin 12, Morgannwg 14. 12-14. Y tîm o'r dwyrain sydd ar y blaen ar hyn o bryd. Cais Thomas Provis yn hwyr y gwahaniaeth. The wingers try late in the first half. The difference essentially been converted. So we're in the second 35-minute period. Morgannwg piling the pressure on in the scrum. The metre-and-a-half pushing rule coming into effect. Well controlled by that blue 8 as Myrddin stretch the field, well marshalled in defence by Morgannwg. Oh, stolen by the open side for the Blues, Zach Edwards. And Maxworthy put in his backside. Recycled Lewis. Go the same way. Advantage. Is it a penalty advantage? They come to the right. Myrddin showing plenty of steel in defence in this opening couple of minutes in the second half. Again, driven back. They'll come for the original infringement.
Tackle off the ball.
Early tackle.
Yeah, there's been some big hits at that opening 2 or 3 minutes of the game there. Some big defence for Myrddin.
Coaching staff for the coaching team must have said something.
Shot called.
Well, they go for the sticks.
Okay.
And this will be a big kick for Maxworthy.
Yeah, definitely. We've kind of mentioned how big the pitch is numerous times here, and you know this is a very, very, very big kick.
Yeah, it is a 44 metre or so effort, and he's been brought back, making 45. Must have a decent boot on him.
So, you know, in a cup final, it's just really important to get that scoreboard ticking over and getting your team ahead. It kind of raises everyone's kind of morale once you see that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, it's a 1-score game at the moment. This will make it a 5-point game. There's plenty of time in the second half, but it was forced Myrddin to score 2 penalties or a try, of course. There's a decent hit, a decent welly, hits the bar, and it's over. Right on the edge of his limit. And it's over. Great nudge by Rhys Maxworthy.
Yeah, that's a great strike in fairness to the outside half. Very, very good.
Bro Morgannwg yn ymestyn i mantais yn gynnar yn yr ail gyfnod. Bro Myrddin 12, Bro Morgannwg 17. That's not gone the 10. Well, will it go the 10?
Gone into touch.
I think it may have crept over just about legally, so it'll be a line on the 10 for Bro Morgannwg.
Ie, mae'r bel dim ond just i fynd drosodd y llinell 10 fra. Bwysig nawr bod nhw yn cael y llinell yn iawn, bod nhw'n gallu ymosod o fan hyn wedyn.
Ie, llinell y lein Bro Morgannwg wedi dioddau yn yr hanner cyntaf di cwtogi i 5. Short into 5, they go to the front, misfire again, but play will go on. Good carry by the blindside flanker, wins about 20 metres or so. Elian Davies. The right winger comes in to play scrum half. Provis. Cheap penalty, side entry.
Yeah, mae'r bachwr wedi dod mewn fyna, and the hooker's come in there and he's played the actual scrum half at that point. Obviously can't do that.
Play the ball within a metre of the ruck. There's your mark.
Just getting overexcited, maybe trying to influence the game. Easy penalty for Paddy Bateman, the referee, to award. And that's a good nudge by Muxworthy. His team are within 10 metres.
Yeah, that was a great kick. Vitally important now if they want to go ahead and win this. They secure this ball.
Yeah, if they can get another score here. Bro Myrddin
Full line out.
have flown out the box in a defensive sense in this second half, but an early score for Morgannwg would really take the wind out of their sails. They go for the short one again, just win the ball, get possession, go for the drive. Good defence by Bro Myrddin. They withheld and repelled that first shove.
Was good.
It may have been ripped, and it has been ripped. Bro Myrddin, they're going to attack from beneath their own sticks. They go from left to right, so within a second or two, the replacement nearly gets away. Owen Ellis-Jones, who came on towards the end of that first half, is still there for Bro Myrddin. Going back towards the 15-metre line. Bro Morgannwg really short. They chip into midfield, the chase is on. Nearly works out, but well taken by Provis on the halfway line. There's a nasty injury on the far side. The referee's blown his whistle. And it could be the replacement right winger that's down. Owen Ellis-Jones, potentially.
Time is off for your scrum to restart. Head injury.
Bro Morgannwg, although they won a rare line-out, it's an opportunity missed. We spoke about the first half, maybe, although Bro Morgannwg ahead of the scoreboard at the interval. It was a half where Bro Myrddin took their chances. Bro Morgannwg missed a new number of chances, and that's an early chance in the second half gone begging.
Yeah, you know, when you're 10 metres out, it's vitally important you turn that kind of territory into points there. And I think that's what would frustrate the coaching staff of Ysgol Bro Morgannwg, is that they've got into some good positive areas, but not actually executed it well enough.
Both sides happy to.
I think the injury to Owen Ellis-Jones isn't as bad that maybe as first feared. Back at his feet, back in position. Bro Morgannwg just getting a quick boot strapped up. Oh, hello. See themselves on the telly.
There's your mark,
full
boys,
back.
okay?
Thomas Powell. Strapping his boots, he's back in position now. So we're going to restart
inside
with a scrum towards the halfway line. It is going to be Bro Morgannwg ball. Owen Lewis in the scrum cap.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Lewis, Muxworthy attacking the line. Good pace on the ball. Williams in space. Dummies, goes around the man. He's in the corner. And that's a third try for Bro Morgannwg. They extend the lead early in the second half. And an extremely well-taken score by Connor Williams. And it's that devastating backline
Yeah, they did extremely well there. They got the ball to Connor Williams nice and early there, and his pace just took him round the Myrddin full-back. So a wonderful try there, and fully well deserved.
Gwnewch ni weld yr ail chwarae. Muxworthy ac yna Jenkins yn ryddhau Connor Williams ar yr asgell chwith, yr ffeigiad nôl tu fewn tuag at Jenkins sydd eisoes i bod yn allweddol, ond Connor Williams yn dathlu Bro Morgannwg yn ymestyn i mantais i 10.
Ie, a mae'r kick-osp yna'n gynharach nawr wedi ymestyn y mantes i 10 pwynt. Mae hwn yn gap sylweddol yn y gêm.
Yndi, mae o'n yn fwlch sydd yn dechrau allan siglo'r hyder ym Mro Myrddin. Dwi'n gweld yn barod bod Muxworthy fod cic mil arno fo, ond y cywirdeb erbyn hyn sy'n cael ei brofi o'r asgell chwith. Muxworthy to add the extras again. He clips the top of the bar again. Fortune favours the fly half. It bounces over, and Muxworthy extends Morgannwg's lead. Myrddin 12, Morgannwg 24.
Really important now at this stage of the game that Myrddin go back to what they were doing in the first half and play in the right areas. If they have an opportunity, get down to the 22 and then build from there.
Bro Morgannwg again with possession. We've barely seen Bro Myrddin with the ball in hand in the first 5 minutes of this second half. Try scorer Rhys Jones. What can he offer?
Inside.
Powell looks up left and right. Attacks Owain. Ellis Jones sticks the tackle. Bro Myrddin, tired legs out there already in this second half. Holes appearing on the fringes, back out left, and it could be a 4th try. It will be a 4th try. Replacement number 20 on his back will be a score for Charlie Williams, the scorer.
Yeah, Ellan Davies did extremely well there. His power, he burst through a couple of tackles there, and managed to get the pass away then, and it was an easy run in then for that 4th try.
Bro Myrddin 12, Bro Morgannwg 29, 12 i 29. A pa mor gyflym mae pethau'n gallu llithro o'ch gafal chi. How quick things can slip out of your grasp, and it, once again, if we're going to look at a point of difference in both teams, Bro Morgannwg handling the offloading, decision-making in close quarters has been good and superior at times, and again, it's that close quarter handling that's unlocked the defence.
Yeah, certainly. We said earlier about them being a little bit more accurate when they're attacking, and that's exactly what they've done. 2 tries, and we're only 6 minutes into this, or 10 minutes into this second half. So a really positive start from Bro Morgannwg. I think Bro Myrddin now need to get a foothold back in the game, and they certainly need to score the next try.
That's the first failure for Muxworthy. Previously succeeded with 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts at post.
And kind of ironically, that was the easiest kick of them all as well.
Yeah. Is he coming on now?
Now then, Bro Myrddin. They need to respond. It was 12-14 at half-time for Bro Morgannwg. Since then, 15 points scored by Bro Morgannwg. So Bro Myrddin are really losing control of this final now.
And I think they've just conceded another penalty now, which gives Bro Morgannwg an early exit.
Oh, and they've drawn in defence. They're going to go wide. They are wide. They're in open field. Good hands again. That's gone forward.
No advantage.
They will come back for the original penalty. Bro Morgannwg oozing confidence.
Number 1. Number 1 high tackle.
Bro Myrddin,
number, Harvey?
they're going to have to start chasing the game at some point. 48 minutes
True
gone
purple.
of the 70.
Oh, after the kick.
There is still time. No need to hit the panic button just yet.
Yeah, no, it's just, I suppose they're looking for some leaders here now to show some composure and kind of drive them back into this game.
Penalty sliced infield. Jones steps back towards the short side, finds some space. Looks for the offload, nobody there. Plenty of purple and black shirts on the left, but they cut back in. Myrddin are short of numbers. Morgannwg short of numbers, I should say. Myrddin
Step back.
offside in midfield. Referee had his back to it. They've lost territory. Kick downfield, maybe the sensible option considering they've lost 10-15 metres. Powell out to Muxworthy, who's been playing well, but that's a forward pass. Couple of unforced errors creeping into the Morgannwg performance.
Yeah, and as I said, this could be the tiredness sneaking in. So I think once both teams start to make some substitutions here, obviously it could be better for both teams.
And of course, you're probably thinking about, you mentioned earlier, about good years and bad years in certain schools. It depends on the crop of players you have and also in which year they are. Without knowing the teams all too well, it maybe depends as well how many elder or the second year of the team will be on the bench, who has the experience and maybe the strength physically to come on compared to maybe a younger squad.
Yeah, definitely. I know, there could be boys from year 11 and year 12 and year 13. So, if you bring some experience on, it could really turn the game.
Myrddin, a rare venture into this Morgannwg half. They go for the cross kick.
Oh, that's a great take, taking that over his shoulder there.
Yeah, poor decision maybe going for the kick so early. Especially when you haven't had possession or territory, giving it away.
Yeah, it's difficult. If you haven't had possession, again, it's difficult because you want to keep it, but are they keeping in the right kind of areas of the field then as well?
Yeah, high risk, high reward, maybe not paying off on that occasion. Chipped into touch. So Myrddin will have a chance to go again. It was a free kick, remember, for the mark. Taken by Provis.
And we said earlier that it was a lovely evening here in Cardiff. Looking up the lights, I can see it started to rain quite heavily.
Well, I was going to start complaining. It's getting cold. I haven't got enough layers on. But Myrddin, anyway, back to the game. The driving line out, picking up steam. They've already won about 15 metres. This split in the replacement hooker, Griff Jones. Deep into the 22. The inside centre, Abel Rees. Morgannwg counter-rucking. Still there for the boys from Carmarthen. Good tackle, sent backwards. Maxen Lloyd. Attacking the line, cross field, taking some space. Rhys Jones cuts back in, looking for support of his forwards.
Ooh, I think they've turned over there.
Yeah, stolen. An important steal, a good steal. Oh, Muxworthy loses it under pressure. Pirouettes away from one tackle. Jones scrags him down.
No run on the ball. Step by step.
That's good turnover. Almost proven to be an assist to a try. Hacked away.
It was important there that Myrddin didn't concede a cheap penalty. They've kept them deep in that 22 now, and it again offers them a platform to attack from.
Yeah, plenty of cramp on the field now. That big expansive field really showing on the calf muscles of some of those Morgannwg players. Sat down looking for treatment as Myrddin make a change. Abel Rees departs.
In fairness, Abel's carried the ball really well tonight. A strong lad, and he's managed to get over the gain line then for Myrddin as well a lot of the time.
Onto the field, running 22, Gethin Harries.
Captain. You just stop constant chat from the players, extremely challenging decisions. Yeah. There's been a couple from you, so just... Can I ask, do you check the offside? Yeah, I said that. Yeah. Happy with pillars, boys? Will?
So 15 plus minutes remaining. Pro Myrddin 12, Pro Morgannwg 29.
Blue 4.
And it's a
boys,
devastating opening 5-minute period
Blue 4.
that's really put Pro Morgannwg in control in this second half. Connor Williams with a first score. And Charlie Williams with the second. More changes. Leaving the field for Pro Morgannwg. Oliver Bennett leaving the field.
Really bwysig fan hyn ar bob Bro Myrddin yn cymryd mantes o'r sefyllfa nhw yna. Fi'n credu os maen nhw'n cael y sgarmes symudol I symud to, bydd cyfle mawr gyda nhw.
He goes to the forwards, cuts back in, Griff Jones, replacement hooker.
No, not the ball.
Pro Morgannwg 6 on 6. Ben Morgan with the carry, Thomas Parry with the carry, Ilian Davis with the tackle. They go wide into midfield, no crossing, they're losing ground here, need to straighten up and carry forward. And maybe that's an example where Pro Morgannwg again have been superior. They ran on the onto the ball with purpose and pace, but that's all a bit too lateral by Pro Myrddin.
Yeah, definitely, and you know what they've done there is, you know, they defended hard, they've come up fast, and they forced Bro Myrddin then to kick the ball away. Again, still a positive situation for Bro Myrddin, but obviously it's Bro Morgannwg ball.
Ian Corneli, Bro Myrddin yn dwy ar heigiau neu hunan. Ond eto, sydd hyn wedi talu ffrwyth eto, dim pwyntiau wedi cael ei ychwanegu yn yr ail hanner. Bro Morgannwg am fod ar rhywfaint y bwysa'n amddiffynol gyda'r lein. Bro Myrddin competes, they've won the ball, it's been knocked forward, so they will have a minimum of a scrum advantage.
No advantage.
And they will come back for that advantage.
Mae'n galed fynd, achos bod Bro Morgannwg mor gryf yn y scrum. Dwi ddim lot o fantes I Bro Myrddin ar y foment. Mae'n jyst yn bwysig nawr bod nhw'n cadw'r scrumming yn gadarn, a maen nhw'n gallu wedyn gael yr olwyr I wneud I gwaith.
Ie, lle dy cael ei chwarae fan hyn. Felly cyflau ymestyn yr amddiffyn I roi bach o awyr ar y bel. Ond yn gyntaf mae angen sicrhau meddiant y scrum sydd wedi bod dan bwysau yn ei hanfod trwy draw. Bro Morgannwg wedi cael y goruchafiaeth. Lle sgwn I os fydd Max Morgan yn bwydo ac yn rhyddhau'r bel ac yn gyntaf. A mae o'n gallu. Gwthiad yn dod, the shove does come on. Morgan looks toward that short side, but he goes to the open into midfield.
Fydden ni'n dwlu gweld Rhys Jones a cefnwr yn cael y bel nawr. Mae wedi edrych yn danserus iawn.
Yeah, Rhys Jones has maybe been the sharpest end of that Bro Myrddin sword.
Time off.
With a knock in midfield, in that backfield there. So the whistle has gone. It will be a Bro Morgannwg ball for the restart. Let's see it again. A good chop down low.
Ball was at the back, so we can play away. And you. Ball was at the back.
Again, it's just not been clinical enough.
But make sure we swing, we don't go underneath.
Bro Myrddin looking up at the scoreboard, looking up at the clock. Approaching, or we're within the last quarter of an hour, depending on the referee's watch.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be asking the question, how much time left, sir?
Oh, 100% after that last 5 minutes of the first half. I'm sure that no one's going to kick the ball out without asking the referee.
I was on one side then, he was fine. We good to go?
Yeah. Bro Myrddin will want to put as much pressure on this ball again. Keep Bro Morgannwg boxed in, be squeaky clean in their discipline.
Yeah, really important that they keep a solid scrum here, get the ball back cleanly to the outer half, and the outer half does his job then and clears it and gets out to the 22.
15-30. Scrum boys there. Time out. 15. Come on, boys. Crouch. 5. 6.
Morgannwg ball.
Just wait.
Wyn Lewis to feed. Quickly out to Muxworthy.
Hey, told.
Pumps it long and high. Bit of confusion in the Myrddin back three, but well parried backwards by Harry Davies and Rhys Jones. Oh, they've nearly ripped through and broken free. Jones back out to the left winger, Davies. A touchline ever close, they need to be wary. Still in field, still playable. Is there an offside in there? Couple of offsides. They've got the ball free again.
Oh.
Good hands now. Then they've exploited the overlap. The chip through. It's come off a blue boot. Myrddin get a second hack. Is there a knock on? No. Yes.
7. Stay.
Still, the play goes on. It's there for the boys in blue. They'll come back. The Myrddin starting maybe to click.
Blue ball.
Have they left it too late?
Blue ball.
It's a 15. Ten minutes plus remaining.
Boys, come on, let's go.
Yeah, the backline doesn't look as clinical as the Morgannwg backline. Every time Morgannwg have the ball, they look to create a bit of space there. But every time Myrddin have the ball, it looks just a little bit clunky.
It's a 17-point game, so it's 3 scores. Can you imagine?
Time back on. Boys,
It's getting to a point where Myrddin need to regain possession
Boys, let's go.
and score immediately.
Let's go. Time's on.
And it's a matter of scoreboard pressure then, isn't it? Once that gap maybe starts to close and they get that first score, Morgannwg will get the jitters.
Yeah, certainly. In a final, it's quite nice with this with the 70-point gap. But you make that kind of 10 or 12 points, then people start to get nervous. They do uncharacteristic things, so it's really important how the Myrddin kind of get the next score.
Ball released, Muxworthy, no nonsense. Doesn't want to be in his 22, so he gets it downfield. It's a good kick, he's got a big boot.
Yeah, he's pulled back.
Ball still alive. Rhys Jones receives. Davies, he's going to go himself. Now brings in Davies, who is in a bit of space, needs to stay in field. Clattered, smashed into touch by Zach Edwards, the vice-captain, yr is-captain. Yn arwain trwy esiampl, a nella wedi niweidi ysgwydd yn yr ymdrech.
Ie, oedd hwnna'n tackle mawr iawn, a fi'n credu bod wedi cael stinger fel maen nhw'n gael o fe. Fi'n siŵr fydde yn iawn mewn munud bach, mae just mae'n nafio beth i 30 eiliad.
Dyw bach o ddŵr, y ddau'n iawn.
Dim bod fi'n gwybod dim byd am taclo, pan nes i wario dim yn job i o taclo.
Cadl y gwaith caib ar haw i bobl eraill, ie?
O, ie.
Pale Morgannwg, short and line out, they've gone to 5, they win it. Are they going to play? Muxworthy flings it out. Knocked backwards, sideways, forwards. Again, this game management starting to go missing.
Yeah, 100%. Oedden nhw'n dechrau gorware fyna ar le. Maen nhw wedi gwneud y peth da gynnau le maen nhw roi'r bel yn dwfn mewn i hanner Myrddin y gys eisiau gwneud fan hyn. Sdim pwyntiau bonus maen ni meddwl dim byd yn so ennill yw y bwriad heddi.
Winning is all that matters. He's control the game. Let's put the ball downfield and make Myrddin work for their territory, work for possession. That one gifted back, trying to play an expansive brand of rugby.
Yeah, there's an opportunity here for the 8 to pick up and go blind, feed 9 and possibly onto the winger.
Yeah, the winning's come behind the scrum at the moment, hasn't he? Is he going to drift to the right-hand side as they feed it? Try and keep that left winger, defensive winger for Morgannwg on us, so they've gone 8-9. Well, 7-9 knocked forward again. Well, it's going to go back to the penalty, knocked forward.
Yeah, I think slow it down, kick it to the corner now. There's plenty of time to build this, and they've looked extremely strong with their driving ball.
Number 3.
Where's he put it? 7 metres out or so. Now, it's all about accuracy in the line out. Do the first job first and go through the process.
Yeah, big opportunity, you know, and I just feel that they need to score here if they're going to get back into this game.
Eilydd wedi dod i'r blaen i'r maes I Ro Myrddin yn gadael ma rhif 4 Maxen Lloyd. Tosi ma 18 sydd dod ymlaen. Rhys Thomas. Hefyd rhif 21 yn dod ymlaen, sef Steffan Thomas. Eilydd o fewnwr. Tafliad ddim yn syth, the throw is not straight. Referee's not seen it. Not sure how, but play goes on. Bro Myrddin. One give, 2 hoots.
No hands! No hands!
Within the 5 metre line. Patience. There he is, the replacement, Rhys Thomas. The big lad, isn't he? Oh, stolen.
Step
Opportunity missed, wasted. Bro Myrddin can lift the pressure. Maxworthy under pressure again, does well.
No advantage. No advantage.
The referee was playing advantage there. I thought there was a knock on a forward pass in there.
Everything was wrong. Let's have a look again.
Dangerous clear out by Purple boys. Come in from the end.
Yeah, trying to escape, but there's no need to fling the ball back in. If he was trying to play rugby, what's the point?
Clock over.
Oh, I think they've seen something that's going to be a penalty.
Well,
Maxworthy. Now they will have a chance to relieve the pressure. 4.5 minutes on our clock. Stayed in field.
Knocked on.
Knocked on. Error after error.
Yeah.
And time is running out.
I just don't think the rub of the green is going with the run at the moment here now.
Today is not the day for the West Walians. Ddim heddiw, mae rhywun yn synwyro ni dydd y gwir o'r gorllewin. Ar ôl mynd ar y blaen yn gynnar iawn, mae tîm mor bell yn ôl dydy erbyn hyn ers I Dafydd Solwy sgorio'r cais agoriadol. Mae'r gêm wedi llithro o afael Bro Myrddin a Bro Morgannwg sydd yn gobeithio rheoli'r 5 munud ol yma I selio'r fuddugoliaeth.
Ie, fi'n credu oedd y 5 munud diwetha'r hanner cyntaf, felly'r 10 munud cyntaf ail hanner. Na beth sy'n gwneud y gwaniaeth, mae'r tîm wedi bod yn gyfartal iawn trwy gyfnod y gêm. A mae'n just, felly daw jyst y 15 munud na le nath Bro Morgannwg hollol reoli.
Bro Morgannwg yn eto yn lledydd, they put width on the ball, they juggle. Keep it alive again, this is where their handling has been superior. Penalty advantage. Was it a bit of a high tackle in there? I'm not sure. Good carry, very good carry by the number 8, Liam Williams. Winning 10, 15, 20 metres. Here's an opportunity to go wide. Maxworthy floats it over the top. Intercepted the fly half from Bro Myrddin. Wasn't sure where he was, Rhys James. But they've come back for the penalty.
Yeah, if it wasn't a penalty, I don't think Rhys James fancied that 65-metre sprint there at this stage of the game.
No, his legs have gone maybe like a number of the players out on the field.
Yeah, you can see them. There's a lot of tired bodies out there. There's lots of cramping going on there. I think they just want this final whistle to come now.
7.
Yeah, a couple of injuries there. Let's have a look at the replay. It's a good carry by Liam Williams. Powerful leg drive. The handoff as well. Was is it a stray boot that? Caught number 23 on the head. Oh, why not? Ellis Jones, the replacement right wing. The assistant referee is on the field, so are they discussing some foul play or...
Yeah,
was it an
which number?
accident?
Yeah, the touch
Three,
strip
purple.
certainly came in there and spoke
Three.
to the referee.
Change. No, boys.
Number
They had
3
two
for
penalty
Myrddin
back.
leaving the field. Thomas Davies-Jones.
Boys, captain. So penalty advantage on the 10.
Kai Howells comes
Where's the mark,
on
Will?
for the remaining few minutes.
We've got in line with the AR there, a penalty on the 15 for offside.
Yes, and
On
it's
the
really
15.
important that kind of all the bench now gets emptied and everyone has their opportunity to play in this magnificent stadium.
Time's back
Yeah,
on.
they get the experience of playing here, as you said. It could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I'm sure as well...
So it's a penalty for offside. Scrum called.
No, is it penalty scrum? Just change the mark.
He has to land.
And these experiences with your schoolmates are probably more valuable than coming here with a club. You know, these guys you share your classroom with,
6.5.
you socialise with.
Yeah, you know, and this is certainly something that, you know, in 15, 20 years' time, you know, they could be down the local pub and, you know, they'll always remember this evening at the Principality Stadium. You know, and, you know, in a couple of days' time now, kind of win or lose probably won't matter really. It's just the experience of playing here.
Come on, boys.
Early engagement after reset, not for the first time. Just to remind you, there will be a second game this evening, the Dewar Shield final between Pontypridd and Llanelli schools. Pontypridd, the champions in 2024. Back here to try and retain their trophy or their shield. Morgannwg. The game is almost done. Can they seal it with another score? Rhys Lewis, well, Will Thomas, you should say, going flank to flank. Liam Williams, again, not the first time, powering through. The clock has turned red. Remember, we're playing the referee's watch, not our match clock. On this through, Morgannwg are going to score, and Richie Jenkins, the scorer. He was influential in the first score for Morgannwg, which was finished by Jack Evans. But this time Richie Jenkins goes all the way, and it's a 5th try for Morgannwg, and that will be game, set a match for the boys from Barry.
Ie, fi'n credu, I fod deg Ysgol Morgannwg, mae'r ddau gynolwr wedi bod yn wych heno. Maen nhw'n cario'r byr yn galed, maen nhw wedi bylchu, a pan maen nhw'n mynd trwy'r bwlch, maen nhw wedi dangos cyflymder i gyrraedd y llinell.
In line with me.
Ie, y sgôr mwy neu lai o dan y pys yn golygu ella ddylsai hi fod yn drosiad digon rhwydd i'r maswr Rhys Myxworthy. Deuddag i 34 ydy'r sgôr ar hyn o bryd. Myrddin 12, Morgannwg 34. The score, the conversion makes it 36. 5 tries in all for Morgannwg to Myrddin's 2. And it's the 3 scores in the second half that put Morgannwg well ahead, and deservedly ahead.
Stay.
Into the time allowed by the referee. Oh, they're threatening to go again, and they are through again. Zach Edwards. Do they want a 6? They could go. Ball over the top, Myxworthy. Powell. Pass back inside. It doesn't need to pass back inside. Thomas Powell is over, and it is a 6 score. Myrddin's tank is completely empty.
Ie, cais gwych arall gan Ysgol Morgannwg. Un a elfen o'r gêm sydd wedi bod yn rili dda gyda'n hyn yw'r dadlwytho. Mae wedi bod yn rili bwysig iddyn nhw, a mae wedi dwy'n ffrwyth o'r dadbwytho mor dda.
Ie, mae'n anodd credu'r sgôr oedd yr hanner. Gêm gyfartal tu hwnt. Bro Myrddin 12, Bro Morgannwg 14.
2.5.
A rhywun yn meddwl ella sgwnios y canlyniad mi gael ei ddonwedu ar y cangymeriad na gan maswr Bro Myrddin Rhys James. A rhoi safle pan y cloc yn goch i reid cyfla i Bro Morgannwg sgorio yn hwyr. Ond di hynna ddim wedi bod yn wir ac am y Bro Morgannwg bod ben ysgwydda well yn yr ail gyfnod.
Mae fe'n dda bod hwnna ddim wedi effeithio gormod ar y sgôr. Mae Bro Morgannwg wedi bod lot yn well na Bro Myrddin yn yr ail hanner a heiddiannol yn mynd i gipio'r cwpan.
The conversion slips by the left hand upright by Muxworthy. It won't make a difference to the result. So the replacements being sent off for a second. I thought it was the team coming on to celebrate with 6 or 7 from the Bro Morgannwg team rushing on. The bench being emptied. Bro Myrddin 12, Bro Morgannwg 41. 27 points, unanswered points in the second half. Number 19 for Bro Myrddin is down. He's been down for a while in that Bro Morgannwg half, Caleb Morris. We'll have to wait for him to move to continue as the medical team do come onto the field. I wonder if it's a bad one, we may blow up early, depending on the time remaining on the referee's watch.
Yeah, there can't be much left in this game now. The 70 is up on the stadium clock, and we've had a couple of injuries during the game, but nothing that's taken too much time. Looks like a leg injury that's going to be maybe strapped up to move the player. Hopefully it's nothing too serious and it's just precautionary. Yeah, it doesn't look good, but I'm wondering if the referee is considering, because this game has well, the result is certain anyway. There's no way back for Bro Myrddin, that he will blow up early as the medical buggy comes on. And in a sense, I do hope the game does restart, just for the sake of the Bro Morgannwg replacements who have rushed on and we'll want to play a little bit of rugby on the pitch. Yeah, definitely. It would be a little bit of an anti-climax if the referee does blow up now and they don't get a single second of play. Yeah, it doesn't look good for Caleb Morris. I think he's had a bit of gas in air or something similar to try and ease the pain. And he will be put on the stretcher. Because there's nobody else to award a player in the match award. Shall we just discuss maybe, Aled, who's been the standout performers for both teams? Let's start with Bro Myrddin, who's caught your eye in their performance. I think for Bro Myrddin, I definitely say that Rhys Jones has looked sharp kind of every time he's had the ball. It's just a shame that they couldn't get Rhys a little bit more cleaner ball and a bit of space, because I think he showed really good pace and is a proper attacking threat. And Bro Morgannwg. What about Bro Morgannwg? A couple of the boys there have really stood up. Yeah, I think both 6 and 7 from Bro Morgannwg, so Elon Davis and Zach Edwards, both have carried the ball extremely well, got them on the front foot. But I really, being an ex-back myself, I can't give it to a forward. So I'd look at both centres from Bro Morgannwg, scored a couple of tries between them, but also carried well and passed extremely well and really got Bro Morgannwg on that front foot.
So just give it to the back line. Give us everyone in the back line.
Why not? Why not?
Pick one person. A da gweld cymaint o'r ddwy ysgol, Bro Myrddin. Hefyd yn mwynhau dod yma i gefnogi chwarae teg nhw. Dim yn daith hawdd lawr y lôn i Bro Myrddin, a dim ein awr y mwy ar y bus na i gefnogi. A pob yn cael ei moment ar y sgrin fawr. Yr ifanc ar smidgin yn hun.
Mae fe'n cyfle gwych i rai o'r ysgol yn ddod y plant lan i'r stadiwm a rhieni felly ta'r tro cyntaf nhw eriod i bod i'r stadiwm a dwi'n gobeithio bod nhw'n dod nôl rhywbryd arall.
Mae'n achlysur dda y gyfres yma o gema. Road to the Principality, yr heol i'r Principality, i'r lôn i Principality. Wrth i'r gêm ail gychwyn wrth i'r claf Caleb Morris adael y cae. It's knocked on from the restart by both teams, so there will be a scrum to Bro Morgannwg. Mi fydd yna scrum i Bro Morgannwg yn y crysa glas. 6 ais i gyd, 4 ar rheina wedi sgorio yn yr ail hanner. 4 of the 6 tries for Bro Morgannwg scored in the second half. The teams still shouting on that far side of the stadium, making themselves heard. And the players will appreciate the support. The bale tasgu allan ar y cefn. The ball fires out to the number 8. It's gone loose, bit of football being played. Again, another knock on, all scrappy. The referee does have a look at his watch. Just enough time for a restart.
Yeah, it'll be great if Bro Myrddin have the opportunity to kind of attack once more and hopefully get a score maybe. You know, they played well in that first half, but just that second half, Bro Morgannwg have been slightly too strong for them.
Yeah, cyfle da. Good chance this will be the last play. Y chwarae ola. A gall Bro Myrddin cael y gair ola di'r cwestiwn. Can they have the last word? Steffan Thomas to feed. Thomas releases the backs. The chip through, poor decision maybe, knocked on, 2 knocks on. And that will be it. Dyna yw digon, that is the final whistle. Ysgol Bro Morgannwg are the champion of champions in the under-18s category. Nhw di pencampwr, y pencampwyr. Ond cystadleuaeth dan ddeunaw. Ac y gwahaniaeth ar y dydd ydy'r ail hanner. The score ar Redwyl, the score at the half was 12-14, but Bro Morgannwg running away in the second half with a final score. Bro Myrddin 12, Bro Morgannwg 41. And those tries in the second half tore the boys from Barry away from the Carmarthenshire boys. And I'll add a word about the occasion and Bro Morgannwg's victory, worthy winners, and they'll deserve to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, definitely, especially in that second half. You know, they showed good power, good accuracy, which was missing in the first half, and just kind of tore away in that second half. And you know, very, very worthy winners. But also, you know, tip of the hat as well to Bro Myrddin, who you know made a real fight of it. And up until maybe 2 or 3 minutes before that first half, they were kind of in command of the game. So you know, well done, down to both teams. And just hopefully now that you know this experience will be good for them, and that they'll continue to play and go back into their clubs and continue to play the rest of the season.
Ie, llongyfarchiadau anferthol i Bro Morgannwg, pencampwyr, ond hefyd llongyfarchiadau i Bro Myrddin am eu hymdrechion nhw, ag hefyd wrth gwrs yr ymdrech i gyrraedd yma yn y lle cyntaf. Mae'n fraint ag anrhydedd i gyrraedd yma. Rhywbeth yn amlwg sydd i'r tîm eraill wedi cystadlu'n erbyn wedi methu y cyflawni. Yeah, it's a tough task just to reach it, and they made a good fist of it, especially in the first half. Bro Myrddin, the scores for Bro Myrddin came to David Solway, the hooker, in the first couple of minutes. Rhys Jones restored that lead sandwiching Jack Evans' score, Morgannwg's first score, which we have to remind ourselves, more or less immediately after Myrddin took the lead. It was a quick fire start, both teams scoring within the first 5 minutes, with Rhys Jones restoring the Myrddin lead. Then it was one-way traffic on the scoreboard. A try from Thomas Provis, giving Morgannwg the lead going into the interval. And as I mentioned, those tries in the second half, 6 tries in all in the game, 4 in the second half. Connor Williams, Charlie Williams, Thomas Powell, Rodri Jones, Richie Jenkins, sorry, with the other. As we see just to the right-hand side of the shot on the screen, the match officials receiving their medals for their efforts today. It is an experience not alone for the players and the teams on the field, but also for the refereeing trio starting on their rugby journey and also lapping up the experience, and hope to see them developing in the future as well, to progress in the different age grades and into senior rugby, and maybe come back here one day at the international level.
Yeah, certainly it's it's vitally important that the young referees have these opportunities. This is what inspires them to become better. So the experience is there for the players, so it's really important that we develop and support the match officials as much as we can and give them occasions like this.
Then it will be Myrddin's turn to step up to receive their runners-up medals. And here they come, led by their captain, Thomas Charles. One by one, receiving their medals.
Yeah, and I think they'll go over now towards the spectators that have travelled with them and show the appreciation and the support that they've had from obviously the pupils and the parents of the school. And we support they do lap it up.
Yeah, I'm sure, of course, there will be a sense of disappointment. It's not the result they would have wanted. I'm sure many would be dreaming last night and thinking that we'll be able to bring this trophy back to school on Thursday.
Or Friday.
What day is it? It's been a long week, Khaled. It's been a long week.
Oh yeah, but as I said earlier in commentary, it'll hurt tonight, but in 10-15 years time, kind of no one will remember if they won or lost, and they'll probably tell their friends if they won anyway. So no, it's all about the experience and the opportunity to play in the stadium where so many great games have kind of taken place.
I'm sure they'll get a team photo to put on the wall of the school. Back in Carmarthen, yng Myrddin. Ac yna, mi fydd tro Ysgol Bro Morgannwg I gamu I fyny I ennill medala yr enillwyr. Chi'n clywed y floedd wrth iddyn nhw. Eto, gamu fyny 1-1. Lewis y mewnwr I tynnu'r penwys gyna. Myrddin yn cymeradwyo y tîm oedd yn drech na nhw ar y dydd. Medals being presented, the captain and vice-captain on the tail of that line. Vice-captain Zach Edwards, Rhys captain, and captain Aled Phillips waiting to receive the medal and then lift the trophy, a lift that will spark celebrations in the stands here at the Principality Stadium. huddled around the board. The trophy is just behind him at the moment, being handed to the captain, Aled Phillips. And he joins his team. Are we ready? Here we go. Campyn dan ddeunaw i'r bechgyn Ysgol Bro Morgannwg, champion of champions for the under-18s. Ysgol Bro Morgannwg, llongwerchiadau, many congratulations as the trophy heads home to Barry.
Rolling down ball on the next side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Principality Stadium. That's the Gymraeg of the good school. Myrddin, Dewar. Good walk in 15 minutes time. So let's get there and go now. We're going to start with the sun. Start with the wind. A weekly, we have the school ball. That's what I'm going to do. Easy.
Noswaith dda, yr ail gêm yma yn y Principality ar y ffordd. The second game of the night is on its way here at the Principality Stadium as the light show once again fires up. It's Pontypridd schools against Llanelli School in the Dewar Shield final, a shield that dates back to 1904. One of the oldest trophies in school sports in the world. And it's a shield that Pontypridd are hoping to add their name to for an 8th time. The current Dewar Shield champions facing Llanelli School, a team that's been here a number of occasions before. Both teams have played here against each other a couple of years ago. Pontypridd the winners then. So Llanelli hoping to get some payback. A gwyr o'r gorllewin yn gobeithio talu'r pwyth yn ôl erbyn Pontypridd ac un o'n nhw yma cwpl o flynyddoedd yn ôl. Gavin Dacey keeping me company. We'll have a chat in a second, Gavin, as teams come out to the field. Pontypridd in their traditional black shirts, Llanelli in the traditional red. And there it is, the glorious, the fantastic Dewar Shield. If you may remember, a star in the BBC's repair shop also a couple of years ago, restored to its former glory. So let's have a look at the teams quickly before we kick off. Here's Pontypridd School. Excuse the numbers, but Thomas Williams, Corey John, Zach Williams, Alfie Harris, Cameron Phillips, Josh Morgan, Regan Gibbons, Jack Evans, Ollie Matthews, Jake Barkley, Lewis Kinsey, Sam Morgan Richards, Jake Ayres. A quick look at the team there as the game begins. I'll bring you the Llanelli team in a second or so. And if you saw the numbers of the Pontypridd shirts, they're squad shirts, by the way, and not positional shirts. So excuse my confusion due to the game. Straight kick by Llanelli. To remind you, if you're new to the Dewar Shield, it's the under-16s competition these days. Used to be an under-15 schools competition. Gone up an age grade or a year.
10, please, Black.
And Gavin Dacey from the WRU, co-commentator. Remind me, I know you've commentated with me in the road to Principality series a few times. Did you play in the Dewar Shield? I assume you did.
Yes, played in the Dewar Shield, unfortunately not in a final. So Myrddin Schools was my district many a year ago, but didn't get the privilege to be out there what these boys are doing tonight.
Yeah, it is a privilege. It's where memories are made. Llanelli are through. It's a 2-on-1 opportunity. The pass given, well covered. Pontypridd backtracking well. But Llanelli showing their intent. They're here to play. They've won it on the floor. Williams to the hooker. Bates. Williams back at his feet. Forwards there standing, waiting to carry the win. The Gainland battle. I think it was Jude Wells, the loose head. Playing off 9 at the moment. They're going to give it a bit of air. Wingers coming across, quick hands. Maybe not holding their depth, slightly guilty there. Llanelli, Pontypridd. Bringing the physicality, they're up for this, aren't they? And you've got the current champions, Pontypridd, Gavin Dacey with a grin on his face. Yeah, both teams, I know they're into 16s, but they're going to be up for this.
Oh, definitely. Speaking to kind of both sets of coaches in the changing room, it's all about calming them down rather than getting them up for this one. And a great start from Llanelli there, training ground move to get them going, to be fair.
Yeah, those who will remember, you're a former Pontypridd RFC player. Not saying that's affected allegiances in any way, shape or form, but you know, what would you know about these teams? Ponty coming into this one as maybe favourites here last year, winning it. Also, they look strong in the semi-final.
Yeah, watched both teams kind of 2 weeks ago in the semi-final. Now Ponty have had a really good season, haven't lost a game yet in this competition. Kind of topped that group in the east of Wales, and Llanelli have been excellent in a really competitive West group, so they've really gone through the ringer to get you some really quality teams.
Penalty Just a high tackle, slipping up in the tackle. We'll see what the decision is here. Full back, Llyr Morris steps up. He's going to aim for the corner. Oh, that's a decent nudge. That's a very, very good nudge. Inch perfect. For a split second, I thought he'd bitten a bit too much off.
Yeah, he looked like he put too much on then, but perfection to put it in the corner. What a great start. You know, they've cut them on a strike play straight away. Now a bit more pressure, putting it in the corner and having a go at them up front.
Yeah, it looks like the forwards are going to take responsibility here. Number 8 and co-captain Ryan Lanfear in the 9 spot. At the front, back down, quick driving line out, it's over, it's a score. Llanelli strike first. Who's up? The man in the blue scrum cap. And Llanelli, perfect start. Well, that's really going to send a warning shot to Pontypridd. They may be unbeaten so far this season, but they're yet to win the final. And I think it's number 8, the captain, Ryan Lanfear, is it, who scored?
Yeah, he was excellent last kind of week in the semi-finals when I watched him. Really physical up front. Llanelli pack really kind of dominated against a tough Rhondda schools last week, and that's a perfect start for them. Real accuracy going to the corner, great kick, great line out. Just kind of good accuracy to give them a good start. I'm sure they'll be buoyed by that, like we talked about. They weren't favourites, but in a cup final, that all goes out the window.
Decent strike, slips by the post. By the full-back, Llyr Morris. Pontypridd 0, Llanelli 5. 5 minutes gone.
Which way?
And it's, I'm going to say strange, which is an unfair comment, but having Pontypridd and Llanelli in a cup final is something that doesn't happen anymore, especially with the Llanelli RFC as it was, now disbanded, and the Scarlets having taken over as the region.
Yeah, it's a bit of a throwback, isn't it, which is brilliant. Yeah, really good to kind of see these both real rugby hotbeds back on a big stage. No better stadium for this game to play out. You know, black v red is really good to see them both on the field.
And a kick by Pontypridd straight into the corner. Get the line out. This is where it gets confusing. Number 7 on his back, the hooker, Corey John. Goes to the tail. Oh, the left just fails at a crucial moment. Does pop into a black shirt. Round the corner, scrum half goes Ollie Matthews, 31 on his back. They go right. The hooker, John, was still there, lingering with intent on the right wing. Again, good defence by Llanelli, holding firm.
Yeah, great D there, really organised, really loud. You can hear him from the commentary box here, stepping up. Ponty haven't really made an inch yet.
Yeah, Llanelli win the jackal, win the penalty. A loose head prop. Jude Wells getting in there. Good steal, allowing Llyr Morris to relieve the pressure. Aiming for the far side.
Yeah, first real attack here by Ponty. I think they'll kind of be disappointed. A little lateral there, a little static. Probably just trying to work themselves into the game. Just need to kind of spend some more time with the ball in the right areas there, but great defence from Llanelli.
Yeah, I got you.
They mentioned we were in the 23-24 final. Pontypridd won on that occasion. They were also here in the 2018 final. A one-sided affair, 46 points to 7 to Ponty that day.
Retreat, thank you. Keep coming black.
Kicking battle
Keep
begins.
coming, boys.
And was hooked slightly infield, allowing Pontypridd to look up towards the right wing. That's not going to make the touchline.
Where's the mark?
Offside. Llanelli in front of the kicker. Call coming in from the AR from the far side. The referee, Harvey Pennell, in the middle there. Let me give you names quickly of the Llanelli team. Jude Wells, Cody Bates, Jaden Duxbury in the front row. Elliot Foraker, Simon Dominac in the second row. Ivan Gravel-Jones, Max Evans, Ryan Lanfear, the back row. Rowan Williams, Kai Evans, half-backs, centres. Charlie Eatley, Joe Lawrence, centres, I said. Lleoni Williams and Ron Daniel, wing. Llyn Morris, full-back. So that's the starting 15 for Llanelli. And there's a healthy bench by both teams. 10 players each. Well stolen by the Scarlets of Llanelli.
Yeah, second error there from Ponty on that set piece when they're in a good attacking kind of position. They'll be disappointed.
There's space on the right side. Good little darting run. Shoulder just clips the whitewash. It will be a Llanelli throw, but Pontypridd gradually starting to show their teeth.
Yeah, they want to get back in the game now and strike quick. They're probably not used to going even a score down with some of their dominance in the competition this year, so you know it'll be a different position for them. Show a bit of resilience to get back into this game, but seems to be all of them around the territory now. It's just those few errors which are kind of letting them off the hook.
Good driving line out, penalty advantage, side entry by Pontypridd. Good battle in the air, knocked on by Ron Daniel. Come back for the penalty.
One black, side entry.
Ryan Lanfear, the try scorer, and embraces the current top try scorer of the season for Llanelli as well. And Rory Daniel. Llanelli in this all sorts of pressure, they need a bit of help. Ponty are running on the floor. Good steal. Touch. Found. It's going to be Llanelli ball. Rory Daniel. Trying to look down at my notes as play was going on then. Son of ex-Scarlets and Wales Sounds player Darren Daniel. I imagine you'd have played against him?
Yeah, played against Darren, played with him a little bit on 7th circuit. Phenomenal player, really good back three player. Real bit of quality, to be fair.
High ball, chases on. Good competition. Knocked forward by Pontypridd's full back, Gethin Evans. Scrum advantage, good ball over the top. Bit of space there. Ball still alive. So they come back to the scrum advantage. It was Rory Daniel trying to get on the outside.
Yeah, they're still just kind of feeling each other out at the minute. Few errors, which kind of happens in a cup final. Either trying too hard or trying not to make an error, and you almost start making the errors then. But you know, Ponty finding a little bit of space in our backfield. But again, Llanelli defending well. 2 or 3 turnovers now just to stop that momentum, and this is where it's a little bit of stop-start now.
A bit of an injury in the backfield to one of the Pontypridd players. And after the opening 10 minutes, considering maybe Llanelli have had the longer journey over, the underdogs, they're ahead by 5 points. They'll find this as a very, very positive start.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy. They've taken the sting out of the game by getting that early score, and they deserve it. They were really accurate in that first 4 or 5 minutes. And I'm sure that they'll try and get some more territory in the next 10-15 minutes and have a go at that driving line out again. You know, vindicated not to go for the post, to put it in the corner. I'm sure they'll be extremely happy with that start, as with the coaching staff.
Yeah, Pontypridd, you mentioned, unbeaten all season. Llanelli only lost once this season, played 6, won 5, lost 1. They beat from the schools 21-19 with a last-minute try in the semi-final.
Yeah, that was a cracker. Again, could have gone either way, but some real kind of quality from particularly the Llanelli Park that night, who in tough conditions in Merthyr really kind of stepped up and cardied superbly. Particularly like the skipper year at 8 really led from the front.
Crowd! Bind! Set!
Williams feeds. Lanfear's feet. Penalty. A bit of disagreement between the hookers. And pulling down, is that the signal? Yeah, pulling down by one of the Pontypridd props. Fine touch. So that's a battle. You mentioned the Llanelli pack doing well against Rhondda. And you'd usually imagine Pontypridd were and will be tough up front, and that's where this match will be won and lost.
Yeah, I think so. I think that battle up front is always key. I know Ponty have got a lot of rugby in them. They're really well coached. Lots of quality players behind. But then, Llanelli came with that strike play straight from the off at the start of the game, and I'm expecting we see a little bit more of that from set piece.
Great turnover on the floor. Ponty won it. There is a chance to go wide. There are numbers on the left need to pick up their heads. Ball hits the turf. Llanelli doing well to get a hold of a sock just to stop that counter-attack. Back in the pocket, the fly half, Jake Barkley, captain wearing 17. Somehow manufactured a half-decent crossfield kick. Not sure if it's intentional. You can feel the physicality out there at the moment. Both teams trying to win that gain line battle. Barkley coming across. Is it Richards potentially?
No 12, no. Step, boys.
Yeah, it's just some really good line speed from Llanelli there, which is kind of stopping Ponty going and get into those edges. They're forcing them back inside, so they can't play that kind of wide, attractive game they want. Or they really set up really well defensively at the minute.
Kai Evans doing well to get it to Rory Daniel. Again, it's one on the floor by Pontypridd illegally.
Black 16.
Yeah, a little bit of discipline letting Pontypridd down at the moment. We feel they've not really hit the straps quite yet. Plenty more to come from the Ponty boys.
Black, take the 10.
Yeah, just
10 yours.
Careless by Jake Ayres, wearing 16, but an outside centre. Five-man line out for Llanelli. Goes to the middle, doesn't look all too straight. Under pressure, the scrum half, Rowan Williams, has to take a bit of contact.
Use it!
Jaden Dewksbury. Good pick-up by the second-round Elliot Horaker.
Step, boys. Use it!
Just going through the phases at the moment again. Happy enough to play off 9. Try and churn out a few yards before they go wide. And wide they do go. Good defence. Daniel driven backwards, coming off his left wing. Although he's wearing 14. That's a good carry by the captain, Lanfear. Dummy. Not the greatest of passes, but delayed the pass well enough.
Use!
So back they go. They've lost a couple of metres, but back to the forwards.
Yeah, they're just keeping the ball really well at the moment. Low errors, good accuracy, getting some momentum, creating some opportunities. Ponty kind of pushing them back in with individuals jumping out the line there, but there is an opportunity for them to go and get that space.
We can quickly see Llanelli have an identity, a pattern of play. They'll they'll play off 9-2-3 phases, then they'll try and go wide.
Yeah, something you kind of could see them doing in the warm-up, how they were setting up. They looked like they pretty nailed on with their patterns, and at the minute there is space there when they go to it. So I think if they keep the ball for long periods, those opportunities will come from.
That's a good nudge downfield. Great touch finding from within the 22.
Yeah.
Llanelli sent back into their own half. Gyfun Evans, the full-back.
Step, boys.
See Ben Burnell in the background there. One of the assistant coaches, Justin Burnell, his father, the director of rugby. Hoisted high, good chase by Llanelli. Tackles made on Gyfun Evans.
Step, boys.
Ball still there for Pontypridd. Again, Llanelli. We've started this game on fire, the defence. Leading by example.
It's defensively really aggressive, and they're making their shots, and not just eating the space up, they're kind of taking those shots.
Pontypridd being patient, retain the possession,
Not on the ball.
finding a half, and a gap. Again, firing quickly off the line. Llanelli forcing the knock on. They've come out with real intent, real purpose, real physicality. And we mentioned this in every age grade competition. You've got to kind of caveat efforts early on. Are they expending too much energy too early? It's a big pitch. It's a long game.
Yeah, we've seen it in some of the games over the last 2 days where players start cramping up in the last 20 minutes because the ball in time play is so high. And that is the only danger for Llanelli here. You know, if you put in big defensive sets in for 20-30 minutes, it's going to tire you out. But they've been excellent in the contact area so far. They're challenging everything, which means everything Ponty doing is on slow ball, even when they get a bit of momentum. So defensively, really on top at the minute.
Ball's there, Williams. They go wide first phase. Nearly breaking through Llyr Morris. Again, Ponty do well on the floor. They've stolen possession. They have to try and find some attacking shape. They're going to go for a kick downfield. Or do they? 1-2 dummies throw. And quickly enough, they're up towards, or near enough the halfway line. Now the kick comes. 50-22 is the aim. The bounce is kind. Super kick.
Excellent.
Great tactical awareness.
Great kick. Seen a bit of space here, didn't he, off the back? You thought, oh, it could be on to go. Seen that bit of space, but what a kick. This is probably their real first attacking kind of threat now for the last 10-15 minutes in Llanelli 22. So they really want to be accurate here now. They really want to make sure that they come away with some sustained pressure off the back of a great 50-22.
Yeah, Ollie Matthews, scrum half, winning 31 with the kick. John goes to the front. Again, Llanelli contest. Does come down to Matthews, who's under all sorts of pressure. Llanelli have won it again. Jude Wells turns the ball over the loose head.
They're just getting up really well at the minute at set piece. Llanelli, they're just kind of challenging, getting that arm in there, making it sloppy. You know, that's great work from them, just to kind of spoil Ponty's momentum.
Box kick off the left boot of Rowan Williams, knocked on. Poor error by Jake Barkley, the captain, the fly half.
Boys, advantage. Stay on your feet, please.
Pontypridd, well, they've shown glimpses of what they can do. They've not able to string enough passages of good play consecutively.
Yeah, they look like they could be dangerous here on the counter-attack, and they have got people in wide channels which can do some damage for them. They've just got to have some kind of ball for sustained periods of time. It's just those errors first to the line out there on the kick receipt, which means they're just giving up that possession in kind of key areas of territory. So I'm sure the coaching message will be calm down, put a foot on it, let's go kind of back to plan A, keeping the ball, doing things nice and simple, and they'll regroup. But as with Llanelli, who defensively have kind of really come off the line.
Yeah, we missed the Llanelli team earlier on, so let's get it all up. Head coach Llew Phillips-Taylor, son of Mark Taylor from Wales International. Front row, Jude Wells, Corey Bates, Jayden Dewsbury, Elliot Foraker, Simon Dominac, Ivan Gravel-Jones, Max Evans, Ryan Lanfear. Number 8 on the score sheet. Rowan Williams, Kai Evans, halfbacks, Leon Williams, Rory Daniel, Charlie Eatley, Joe Lawrence and Llyr Morris, the starting 15.
Be interesting to see if they have a go at a strike, which has worked well for them already, or if they look to play territory and they back their D, which has gone well for them at the minute.
Yeah, Rory Daniel floating behind. And knocked on at the base. A decent scrum by Pontypridd to put the pressure on to disrupt. And we're quickly towards the 25-minute mark almost. Pontypridd 0, Llanelli 5. Even though we've only had one score, doesn't feel like a slow, eventless game, does it? Plenty of passion out there on the park.
Yeah, it's been really competitive, hasn't it? Particularly kind of played in between those two 22s with lots of competition around the breakdown. Boys getting off the line. I'm sure they'll be bruised and battered at half time.
Matthews, Pontypridd, good base. Oh, the dummy, they've broken through the first line of defence. Physicality wins another couple of metres. They're up to the 22. Llanelli scurrying back. The little grubber through, was that the right decision? Accidental offside. Maybe not so accidental offside, just a ricochet. Unfortunately, the pickup illegal.
Yeah, I think he would have, if he could do that again, he would have kept that in hand. Again, good bit of momentum, kind of working hard round the corner after the break. 4 boys on their feet. Bit of a pot shot to try and put it in the corner, but you know, if they do come away from here with 3 points, I think they'll be pretty happy there to kind of etch away that Llanelli lead and start building in the last 10 minutes for half time.
It's all about being able to score in any level of rugby. On scoreboard, pressure translate to pressure on the field eventually. And Barkley is the one that steps up with those white or silver boots. Decent strike. Well, goes beyond the right-hand upright. Llanelli looks to counter-attack. Remains Pontypridd 0, Llanelli 5.
That's a great kick return from behind his try line, nearly up to the 10-metre line.
And they get the penalty.
Side entry.
3 points missed. And all of a sudden, Llanelli will be deep within the Pontypridd half.
Yeah, good boys.
That's kind of that momentum swing we've seen in this game at the minute. Kind of going for goal, trying to chip away that lead, and then next thing you know, you're back into a D set, and there's a good attacking kind of opportunity for Llanelli.
Yeah, and it's the first time you've probably been in this part of the field for a good 5-10 minutes. In an attacking sense anyway. Ball's one, clean line out. Ball slung into midfield, decent hands by the inside centre, shipping it on to Lanfear. Again winning, good metres. Demi runner, Gravel-Jones, back line. Going lateral, need to stay infield. Morris does that. Away, and the touchline was getting ever closer. And back to the patterns, the pot of 3, the forwards. Carry hard, the tight head, Dewsbury. Yeah, another pot of 3.
Look really well coached, don't they?
Over the top, a good low offload, Lanfear. He's a handful, isn't he, already? Making his presence felt. Now they will go wide. The dummy by the fly half. Still there. Pontypridd making a nuisance of that. Good hack through. The chase is on. Will be one by Llanelli. But now Pontypridd sensing that this is there to be stolen. It's been lost. And you can say it's a case of teams creating opportunities but not able to manufacture a clear-cut chance to go for a score.
Yeah, and there's another bit of a momentum swing there. I thought they could potentially be on out the back there to go and play down that right-hand side. He's thrown a dummy, and then all of a sudden there's a kick through. You're 40 metres back down the field, scrum, and you're back on your defence. So there's lots of momentum swings going on in this game, but that is what cup finals are like. Is when you do have those opportunities, you've got to take them because they don't come around very often.
Good to see the supporters here again. And here's the chase.
Boys, water off.
Well mopped up by Llyn Morris, but it's just the offload. Fumbled forwards by Max Evans. I'm sure Pontypridd looks to attack this scrum.
Big scrum, come on.
Maybe launch Jack Evans off the base. Down that 10 channel.
Climb. Bind. Set.
Llanelli get a good nudge on it and get the penalty, a second scrum penalty. I'm sure Pontypridd weren't expecting to come here and be under pressure in the set piece. Line out and scrum really faltering.
Yeah, big scrum there. Real statement of intent, particularly like you say around the line out as well. They've just really struggled to get any go forward and launch any real attacking plays. You know, they set up there, they look like they're poised to strike, but they just can't quite get that clean ball off scrum or line out at the minute.
Here they go. Good flat pass. Again, Llanelli impressive with a gain line success. They're getting over the gain line, winning metres. Lanfear in that blue scrum cap again, waiting, again winning the contact, again breaking through. He's towards the 5 metre line, gets the offload. Superb work by the number 8.
Not on the ball.
Now this is an opportunity. Lanfear says, I'll do it all myself if I have to. He's a metre short. One more chance, one more drive. Good last-hitch tackle by Pontypridd. The hooker, he's over, he's crashed over. Bates, can he ground it? Held up.
Held up.
Was there a bit of white line fever going on?
Lanfear superb there, really leading a charge. 2-3 big carries in one set of play. So close again to getting over that whitewash here, but it could have been on just to put it for another pair of hands down the left. And the corner looked like it's free. They look like there were 6s and 7s there to try and push him to the touchline.
Pontypridd there in numbers. Referee, perfect position to see the grounding. Lanfear, only one way he's going to go.
There he goes again, fair play.
Yeah, Bosch is off the first tackler. Oh, that's a big shot. Initially potentially high. Referee's there. Legally. Play goes on. Again, they attack that right-hand side. There are numbers. Pontypridd drifting across the chip. Poked through. And that's sliced in field.
It's a collision.
Now then, chance for Kai Evans. Steps one way and another. Pops it away. Daniel has to go in the support. Yeah, too slow, Llanelli.
On the ball.
Again, opportunities given away by Pontypridd. Llanelli not utilising.
Yeah, it's a bit of out of jail card there for Ponty with that exit. Really tough to kick from the middle of the field and get any distance, particularly when you're under a bit of pressure. And it was an opportunity for Llanelli to keep the ball for a while there to kind of attack that unhinged kick chase. But again, just those little errors kind of creeping in, can't quite keep a ball for long enough. But when they do, particularly kind of Lanfear really leading the charge in terms of his carry and getting over the gain line. They get so much momentum from him getting touches on the ball. Yeah,
a couple of big shots. paying the price on the body. A few boys getting a bit of treatment on the field again. As the first match between Bro Myrddin and Bro Morgannwg, the family, the friends have come out in numbers to support these young players. Hopefully the future internationals of Welsh rugby. You alluded and mentioned that this is the oldest probably rugby trophy in the world, or not far off, one of the oldest sports trophies in the world, dating back to 1904. The who's who of Welsh rugby has and have played this competition. Some of the parents have spotted themselves. And these guys will try to catch the attention, because I'm sure these players will be getting into the setups of age grade regional rugby as well, and be on the radar of some selectors.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of these guys are kind of already on the radar for the under-16s regional programme, which will start in January. So lots of these guys will now be selected to go in a block of training and games with each of the regions, and those games start January, end of January, beginning of February, and these guys will really be on the radar. They, Llanelli feeding into Scarlets, Pontypridd feeding into Cardiff Rugby North. They'll have a big few months ahead post this final.
Early change, unfortunately for Pontypridd. Can't quite see who's gone off. The penalty sent downfield, good touch finder. Plenty of distance on it. Pontypridd march up into the Llanelli half. Barkley again showing his ability with his boots.
Opportunity for him to get something going just before half time now, to maybe get something on the board, get a real strike going. No, they struggle set piece.
Yeah, 5-man line out, back row in midfield.
Great
hit
throw.
The tail. There we are. Oh, they've gone up and under, they've gone cross field. Great take in the air by, is it Leon Williams? No, it wasn't Leon Williams.
Use it 9.
The full back, Clyd Morris, was across there.
Superb take. Off his feet, 2 hands above the head in the air. Superb take.
Pontypridd, there is an opportunity to go wide here. There is some space. Skills going missing, but it's still on. Cutting back inside, number 21, Lewis Kinsey. Matthews to Alfie Harris, wearing 1 but second row. And now there's a hole there. Pontypridd have found it. Get the offload to the left wing, looks flat, play goes on. Best opportunity for Ponty for the score. Need to be patient. We've gone wide, Llanelli there in numbers.
Tackle!
Maybe put a bit of width too early on that phase. He cut back in, mopped up in defence. But Pontypridd still coming round the corner. Now there's space, one more pass. The corner's there, in they go. Pontypridd have scored. And that try comes to the left winger. Lewis Kinsey, 21 on his back. He's down as left wing to begin with, but he's on the right-hand side.
Great finish. Good phase of play from Ponty. Kept the ball for kind of a sustained period at the time. Found some holes there in that Llanelli defence, which is coming up hard, trying to force them back inside, but found some holes to get some momentum, and again just kept the ball 5-6 phases, wore them down, found some space on the edge, and it's a good finish in the corner.
It's a good finish and well timed as well. And the stadium clock has turned red. So time now up to the referee. And as we saw on the Under-18s Champion of Champions match, it's worth asking the referee about the time and not relying on this match clock. It's 5 apiece. Pontypridd 5, Llanelli 5. A kick to put Pontypridd ahead. Barkley on the right-hand side for a left footer, and that's a top-notch kick. Straight through the sticks, fades it in, and Pontypridd find themselves in front as the interval approaches. Pontypridd 7, Llanelli 5.
That's a cracking kick from the touchline. Will give him loads of confidence. And again, just talking about how momentum of the game can swing. 5-0 up to 7-5 down just before half-time.
Restart by Llanelli's a bit of a shaky one, but Daniels there. Well taken. Llanelli win it from the restart. Pontypridd try and counter-ruck. Josh Morgan applying the pressure from a Ponty perspective. Bates. The hooker carries, wins a metre or two. Again, they win the gain line, Llanelli. Some physical players out there. Change of direction. Testing this left side. Gravel Jones, son of Ian Jones, former team manager and second row of Myrddin Quins. Clearance kick out into touch, and that is the half-time whistle. So it's been an intriguing first half. It's gone from one end of the pitch to another. Most of the game played between the 22s. A high-quality affair, with Llanelli taking the lead early. But Lewis Kinsey's score replying. And the kick by Jake Barkley, the difference on the scoreboard. It's Ryan Lanfier to confirm the scorer for Llanelli in this road to Principality Dewar Shield final. And the score at the break, Pontypridd 7, Llanelli 5. Second half to come in about 5 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Principality Stadium. It's the Dewar Shield, the final between Pontypridd and Llanelli. Pontypridd 7, Llanelli 5 at the interval. An interesting 35 minutes where Llanelli scored first. Pontypridd late in the half with a converted try, edging the scoreboard. Pontypridd in their black strips to kick off the second half. Barkley puts it downfield, finds the grass and finds the touch. I'm sure Ponty will take that restart, putting a bit of territorial pressure early on Llanelli. And Gav, you were saying during the interval between us, bit of a scrappy half at times. And I'm sure both teams are hoping to up the performance levels, and you feel that Pontypridd have got more in the tank that they've shown in the first half.
Yeah, I think Pontypridd really be hoping to break the game up a bit. They've shown signs of it, to try and get in those wide channels, to try and play off some counter-attack ball, but Llanelli are making it really difficult for them at a minute defensively. But also when they got the ball, they just look really structured. They look really well coached, know what they're doing, know what areas they want to play off, particularly kind of making those gains off 9. But I think this game could come to life.
Pontypridd trying to get an early shove. Again, a second time. I'm trying to see the shirt number 42 being picked out in the front row. Zach Williams, the tight head. His profile, body profile, not pleasing the referee, Harvey Purnell.
Yeah, black to the line.
Line out on this near side with Cody Bates wearing 2 for the West Walians. Goes safe to the front. Long pass out. The up and under by Kai Evans. Well taken in the air.
Good choice, Red.
Slowed down. Pontypridd happy to engage in the kicking game. Another maybe best of kicks. Plenty of time for Williams to allow Kai Evans to send another kick downfield. Llanelli waiting for the return kick. Back 3. They're in readiness, and that one's out on the full. An unforced error. Pontypridd again. Slow out the blocks.
Yeah, classic stalemate there. Start of the half. Messages have obviously been playing the right areas, keep the errors down. And that kicking game is a good example of that. No one really wanted to blink first. Unfortunately, Ponty made that first error, and now Llanelli are in a good attacking position.
Black step.
Llanelli playing it safe. Front ball. Getting bodies around the ball. With the rolling maul. That brought the first score. Well, then he may be going to go all the way from 30 metres out, but they've won 5 or 10 metres. It's gone to around. They've re-engaged, yeah. Offside.
If the ball's lost, you've joined back in.
Yeah, poor decision at the tail. Ball was out, so you can't re-engage in them all.
Yeah, I think just a rush of blood to the head there. I think dropped the ball. Thought he could pick it back up and get away with it, but well spotted by the referee, and match officials have been superb at the moment, to be fair to him. Haven't got much wrong from what I can see, so very well spotted.
Yeah, just pops out the back there. And it is difficult. The same when you're offside and you're standing in front of the ball, when it just pops up towards you, you just instinctively want to grab the ball.
Yeah, natural reaction, particularly there. We're going so well on that line out. They're really pumping forward.
Good line-up ball at the tail. Ponty straight into midfield, running onto it with pace and purpose. The captain, Lanfier, nearly getting his mitts on the ball. Grubber in, a good chase, it's good pressure, bounces up, the sidestep, the pass, a metre short. Pontypridd, player screaming on the left-hand side to give this some air. There's space on the right as well. It's a one-on-one chance towards the corner, then in. The step, the go. And it's going to be a score for the fly half. Jake Barkley. Ponty cross for a second score and extend their lead.
Good finish there. Stood him up. You kind of see him with his hand up, wanting the ball. You could see he was in a bit of space, but that came from kind of a really good start from us. Set piece there, hitting up in midfield, getting around the corner, structured, something he probably worked on in training a lot, and then it opened that space up.
It was this grubber through, turning the defence, a kind bounce. And Llanelli were all at sea in defence. There were numbers left and right, they had options. Defence was narrow. Just that step there. Beating Kai Evans. Good finish. And now Barkley has to dust himself off and look at the posts. Slotted the one from a similar position in the first half. That one drops short. Had the accuracy. Pontypridd 12, Llanelli 5. 7 points the difference.
Good start to the half from Pontypridd. That's where they wanted to come out and kind of make a statement in that first 5-10 minutes, and they took their opportunities really well here. Taking this kick off, getting a good bit of territory. That's what's going to be important here now, and Llanelli again just need to play right areas and get their hands on the ball.
High tackle, call, high tackle, Gyfun.
High tackle.
And Llanelli. A few more errors creeping into their performance the second half. They were squeaky clean in the opening 35 minutes. Their defence was rock solid.
Keep coming to me. Edge boys.
Line out to Ponty then, far side. He'll not be shy, trying to hit the tail and use that as a launch pad into midfield. Here they go. Go to the air. That's sliced. Great take. We're on here. There's some space. Hacked in field. Could be offside. In midfield, well covered. 3 black shirts on 1 red player. Surely there must have been some holding on. Llanelli done extraordinarily well. Not to concede a try or give away a penalty. The third Pontypridd score would have really been a hammer blow as Kai Evans puts that off the park. I don't think it was number 33, I think, was in field, right? Regan Gibbons with the chase. I wasn't sure if he was in front of the kicker.
Yeah, I thought the same when I saw it initially. I thought he might have been a little bit in front. Probably lucky to get away with that, but good pressure there. Good decision. Go and put pressure on the backfield. Good chase. Kind of, you can see they are pumped for it after half time. 3 boys chasing down there. They get a reward here.
Plenty of movement. Plenty of deception. They go to the tail again, and it's accurate enough so they can attack with the back row in midfield. But then we have changed direction and they change their mind again. Llanelli really need to be alert. They can't afford to concede another, you feel, early in this second half. They'd hold the ball up. They try and smother this and force a turnover. They do.
Yeah, I think timings were just off there on the set piece. You could see they had something pre-planned and they're going to launch something with kind of guys running hard lines and backs coming out the back, but couldn't quite get that timing right there, and it just looked a bit static from there on in, and good defence from Llanelli to hold them up and get the turnover.
Yeah, change for Llanelli. Number 11 leaves the park. That's Leon Williams. 22 is on. Myrddin McDowell.
10, boys. 30, step. Climb. Bind. Set.
Llanelli, are they going to play from deep? No. Charge down. Oh, he seemed a sensible choice to kick the ball away, but the charge down on the wrong foot. Goes to the left-hand side for the right-footed kicker. Pontypridd has scored a second early in the second half. A third try in all. And there is the try scorer of the scrum half, Ollie Matthews.
Yeah, Ollie Matthews, son of Pontypridd, ex-Pontypridd centre Paul Matthews. Great work right there off a scrum for that charge down. You can see he's going off. He probably knows he's going off that right foot, and he's got an opportunity to get there. And again, great pick-up on the fly as well to finish that off. And that's a real kind of hammer blow for Llanelli there.
Yeah, he needed to be a left-footed kicker in that sense, didn't he? The angles against Llanelli. Matthews the scorer. Pontypridd 17, Llanelli 5. Conversion is good. Barkley adds the extras. Becomes 19 points to 5 and 19 unanswered points. That scored after 5 minutes by Ryan Lanfear. Seems such a long time ago already. And now we mention his name, we haven't seen him in the second half.
Yeah, they haven't really had the ball yet, have they? They chase the kick-off, then give Ponty an easy exit, and they've worked their way down the field to eventually put some pressure on them to get a score. So they really need to get back into the game and to launch something and keep the ball for a bit.
Retreat! Ball on.
Ponty boxed into the corner. No angle to play with. Out into touch. Can actually have a first opportunity, or a rare opportunity, maybe not a first, but a rare opportunity in the second half to try and build some pressure. Lanfear, here he is. He's not going to pass it. Well, he is. Bit of deception, bit of variation. Back in attack, Lanfear. You can see he's so important, isn't he?
Just getting so many touches, isn't he? I think everything revolves around him. And like you say, nice bit of deception for him to tip that on, and actually did open a bit of space up.
Penalty advantage. No clear release on the floor. Oh, not on their feet.
Yeah, post.
Lanfear aiming for the sticks. He's going to have to close the points. He's going for an easy 3.
Step, boys.
Yeah, an interesting decision. I don't think it's a wrong one. It is important, like we spoke about at the start of the game, to keep ticking over on that scoreboard. Knocking a 3 over here will give them a little bit of confidence back. It'll get them in the game a little bit more. They know they're getting a little bit tighter to Ponty, and they can come put some pressure on them kind of later on in the game. So it's just staying in touch with him here if he can knock this over, which should be a relatively easy kick for him in front of the sticks.
He adds the 3, 19 points to 8. The score, Llŷr Morris with the kick. It's now an 11-point gap. Clavell Jones has a look up. Harry's hard. Lanfear first over the ball to secure possession. They're going to kick this downfield. Better angle. This time for Kai Evans with that right foot. Goes to this near touchline.
Yeah, I think that's a good option from Llanelli. They don't need to panic here. There's, 30 minutes left on the clock. They've got time to build themselves back into this game, and they don't need to be scoring tries from behind their own try line. So they just got to build back in the game, get a bit of possession.
Pontypridd have been happy enough to go to the tail. Corey John Oh, overshoots this one. There's one at the back there. Llanelli have a chance to jackal. They have won it. They've stolen it on the floor. Pops back out to the scrum half, who's in all sort of trouble. Passes it into his own man that goes forward. Llanelli have lost direction. They've lost their attacking shape, haven't they?
Yeah, he was just in a bit of traffic there when he was trying and get that two-pass policy, and from what was an excellent turnover, and just couldn't kind of see the guys on the outside of him. And again, it's just turning that ball over, and then Ponty now have an attacking opportunity from a really good area of the field.
Yeah, Ponty fully loaded on the right-hand side. No one defending this left-hand channel. Scrum wheels to the left, but it's a penalty. It's going to be given against Jude Wells, the Llanelli Luced. And Pontypridd fancy a shot at posts. And with Barclay's kicking display so far, you wouldn't bet against him to miss.
Yeah, again, I think another good decision. Take the points on offer when you can, turns it back into a 2-score game if he puts us over a little bit further out, you know, in and around that 10-metre line, not far out. But I'm sure Ben, who's just run the tee on him for him, will give him a few words of advice here before he tries to knock this one over.
Yeah, Ben Burnell, the fly half by trade himself, a very good kicker. I'm trying to think where he's playing his rugby these days. Bridgend?
Bridgend at the moment, yeah, he's at Bridgend.
Oh, just drifts wide. Llanelli tries to run to gain a few metres. Lanfear sets the ruck up. They're going to look to play Llanelli from the 22. Good hands again. Trying to get into those structures of theirs. Lanfear back now on the left on his feet. Gets another touch.
Inside!
The kick now may come. Getting the shoulders beyond the defensive shoulders. Back to Morris.
Wingers onside.
Goes long. There is space down this left-hand wing. Morris has to try and cover across. He's going to be in trouble here. He's under pressure, dances his way out of it, and doesn't get past the second man though, but buys time for the Llanelli supporters to get back around the ball. Llanelli back deep within their 22. They have to start building again with those big carriers of theirs.
Yeah, you can see him getting in that kind of 3-pod shape, trying to exit. Really tough to exit from the middle of the field, and then he stretched themselves in the backfield, and again, Ponty took advantage of that, and another error on the kick-in.
Yes, sliced kick, goes high, falls short on the touchline. Llanelli haven't recovered though. They've held the man up in the tackle. Is it going to be turnover? Yes, it is. Llanelli recover well, but they're struggling in the second half to get a foothold. The West Walians.
Yeah, they get a little bit of momentum on those carries, and there's probably a few opportunities for them to, when they've got that momentum, to then go and play. But I think they stick into that structure because that's what they know and that's what they've worked from. But it is probably a few opportunities for them to get their heads up a little bit and see what's on the outside, particularly when that big pack of forwards are again over the gain line and Ponty are retreating a bit.
Set!
Good scrum this time by Llanelli. Starts to creak. And the fly half, Kayem's in all sorts of trouble. Tries to jink his way free. He's held, he's caught. So he's going to be there for the scrum half, and we have to box this himself now. Williams charged down. Nelia, a second try resulting from a charge down. Llanelli 5 metres from their own line. They can't get out of trouble.
Onside pillars!
Forwards trying to pick and go, create some space. Good Ponty pressure rushing forward. And there it is. They don't find the touch. Well, they do find the touch, but not as deep down the 22 as they would have hoped for. Kai Evans Struggling to get distance, Drone Williams, struggling to get his kick away. Oh, a little funny one at the front. The hooker to the line, nearly over the line. Ponty, he sense this could be the opportunity to secure the Dewar Shield for a second successive season. A third try in the second half would surely put them clear in the driving seat. Good hands, cuts back inside, good feet, good score. And over Lewis Kinsey for his second. One in each half. A brace for the winger. And a fourth for Ponty.
Yeah, I think that's all come from real pressure on that exit game, you know, going after a 9 first of all, then putting real pressure on the 10 in the dead ball area. Means they got the ball back in a good position and a bit of slick handling. Some of the balls they were checking them in and off shoulders, but ended up getting into the winger's hands, and another great finish on that far corner. They just do enough to get it into that wide channel there.
Now 24 points to 8. The gap has stretched out. And with around 15 minutes left, Llanelli have a hard task ahead of them.
Yeah, they need a bit of energy now, I think, whether that comes from the bench, whether that comes from kind of some of those standout players on the field. They just kind of need to get back in the game and get an early score where possible now.
Barkley, his kick is unsuccessful. And we alluded to it early in the first half. Llanelli came out all guns blazing in attack and defence. But did they burn too many matches early on, and have they exhausted themselves? Can they find a second wind? Good take in the air. Was the man tackled in the air? No, says the ref. Ponty happy to put that downfield. Morris. Kicking game competition begins, and Llanelli lose out. And Pontypridd, they don't have to force anything now. They're in complete control of this contest, or this Dewar Shield final.
Yeah, I think it's probably time for Llanelli to roll the dice on those type of plays, taking the ball in and around that 10-metre line, halfway line from a kick. I think they've got to eat the ground up there and try and keep the ball for a few phases and try and see if they can open Ponty up a bit. But again, a kick error. Let's give Ponty a really good attacking platform.
Oh, ball volleyed into the Llanelli hands. Maybe offside. The chaser. Referee has seen it.
In front of the kicker.
Some over exuberance. Well spotted.
Time off, boys.
Yeah, unexpected ball hacked downfield by Llanelli. The forwards.
Yeah.
As a former myself, not the brightest of bunches at times.
Time off, boys. Time off. Yeah. Time's off, boys.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again. Llanelli doing well. To begin with, this is the kick through, and you can see he's a fair bit ahead, isn't he? The second rower, is it? Dominic? It is.
Well, it was worth a try. It could have been the most intelligent thing he did, but sometimes you get away with them, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. You're too big a chap to go unnoticed.
Front of the kicker.
The surprise on some people when they see themselves.
Yeah, sub.
But Ponty,
1 and 3 red, sub.
they've enjoyed the second half, haven't they? Really been under any pressure with territory and possession. They're able to control that pressure. As Llanelli throw a couple of other replacements onto the field to try and bring some renewed energy. Ponty go to the tail. Good throw again, under pressure as well with the competition in the air by Llanelli. They do find some edge, chipped in field, still alive. Good play by Ponty. Tested the defence and put Llanelli under pressure defensively.
Yeah, it looks like they tails it up now, particularly on those strike plays. They kind of look like they've got the confidence to call them. They look like they've gone up another gear now. And like you say, they've been pretty comfortable at the minute.
Boxed straight into touch. Not much on for Rowan Williams. And that's one thing where they've struggled as well defensively to kick themselves out of trouble. Pontypridd have been really impressive in how they've put pressure on the kickers.
Yeah, and I think they'd kind of 10 minutes left, or 16 points down. I think they need to roll the dice a little bit now.
First of all, Llanelli need to get the ball from Pontypridd. They forced the turnover. They'd like to have counter-attacked from depth, but their hands not quite there. But they will get the ball from this scrum. We feel, as Gavin Dacey has mentioned, they'll have to try and run it. And he wouldn't be surprised if Lanfear may fancy a pick and go. Test the back row and run straight at Jake Barkley.
Yeah, I think if there's anyone who's going to get him back in this game now, he's going to lead from the front. Solid scrum.
Take him
He's
back.
going to try and kick for territory. Plenty of length on it. But how's the chase?
Keep coming black. Hold on.
Morris going to go again.
Keep coming red.
Try and drive Pontypridd backwards. Ponty don't want to run. Matthews happy to play it inside, and they have found a free player on the wing, and that player is going to be Kinsey.
Advantage high.
High tackle.
High tackle.
It's a penalty, and frustrations from Llanelli starting to boil over. And Pontypridd may be playing it like Llanelli should be playing, running it instead of kicking.
Yeah, it's a good kick return. He's eating the ground up, and he saw there's a bit of space on the edge, and he's held his width well there. And again, it's a 40-metre game.
Yeah, Ponty going to run it. They're not going to go for the corner. Tap and go. Oh, that's a killer, isn't it?
Boys.
They've probably practiced that about 10 times this week, and then the one time to nail it, just don't quite get it right. But it's good to see him have the confidence to call those plays, which I'm sure they run through a million times on a training paddock.
Yeah, Josh Morgan, unfortunately, his hand letting him down at the vital moment. Ponty make a change.
Crowd. Bind. Set.
Good scrum by Ponty, putting the pressure on, doesn't give Lanfear a chance to pick it up. And they force the penalty, front row. Unable to stay square. And everything's going wrong now for the West Walians. They're going to go for the posts.
Mark's not with me, okay?
Just to
Just.
eat up a bit of time on the clock and take this into a 3-score game.
Yeah, fair play. That's pretty ruthless and probably the right call. Chipping away, demoralising kind of Llanelli to have another 3 points put on the board, and it just keeps our momentum going for him. I'm sure if he knocks this over, they'll potentially look to play off the kick receipt with having the confidence of that buffer.
Kick's good. 3 points added by Barkley. Pontypridd 27, Llanelli 8. Oh. 19 points, the difference. And also important just to back that score up with a good take. And on that,
on the ball.
commentators curse, they give away the penalty. So they have to go for the corner. Ponty have to play. Time is definitely against them. There's less than 10 minutes remaining. 5 minutes on our clock. But with injuries and replacements and the sort, there'll be a bit more on the referee's watch, I'm sure.
Yeah, again, this is probably the first attack we've seen Llanelli have in this area of the field in the second half. That's how kind of dominant Ponty have been and have gone up the gears. But again, an opportunity for him to give it to Llanelli again.
Yeah, he does well. Wins a couple of metres, splitting that 2 pods of lifters or jumpers as well. Good carry, 5 metres now then. Momentum with Llanelli. Llanelli gets another touch, it evades the first tackle, does that ever so well, doesn't he? Oh, it's lost. Frustratingly, agonisingly lost on the floor. Pontypridd scrum, and with Llanelli's scrum been struggling.
Black 42 sub.
You think that's the final roll of the dice, the final chance gone begging. And the game will be Ponty's.
Yeah, they look like they were building a nice bit of momentum there. Few carries around the corner. Pack really stepping up. But unfortunately, again, kind of story of the night, really. Just kind of a little error on that last play to not quite get him over the line.
Pontypridd making changes. Straight on, defensive scrum. What I wanted, sir.
Yeah, I'm sure he's thanking his coaches for that one.
Yeah, could have been an easier introduction. He's on the field in the Dewar Shield final and he wins a penalty.
Yeah, we give him that one. We definitely give him that one.
Yeah, Llanelli, they know they're chasing it, aren't they? They're too twitchy getting into that scrum. Not the cleanest of strikes by Barkley, but he does find a touch.
Boys, give us a step.
It goes to the middle, Llanelli competes. Good hands at the tail by Ponty to scoop that one up. They're not going to mess about now.
Retreat in front.
Pump it downfield.
Hold on.
And it goes long and on.
Retreat.
Sliced
Keep
into
coming, mate.
midfield, the poor kick. Now a chance to counter-attack, and the 50-22 is on. There's plenty of green grass in the backfield. Under pressure on the turn now, Joe Lawrence. Nothing he can do, just to send it back downfield. Barkley waits. Nice looping pass off his left hand. Oh, Llanelli. Unexpected possession. Yeah, they need more than just these pods of 3 now. They've got a chance their arm. They've got to look for the offloads. And once Llanelli is stopped on the gain line, change direction. Ponty's plenty of energy. It's flying off the defensive line. That's better. Llanelli, tries to get the offload. But before he even probably got the ball fully under his control, he was throwing the pass.
Yeah, he got in a bit of space and then he nice tip on. Kind of got over, looking to get it away to continue that break and just kind of slips out. But a lot of tired bodies out there now. These boys have given it all, particularly Llanelli in that first half with a defensive effort which really kept Ponty at bay, and then kind of Ponty in the second half really starting to put width on the ball and move that defence around. So it is some tired bodies, but they've given everything, both teams.
Yeah, both teams making changes as well. 4 or 5 black shirts just come on. 4 red shirts also on. Everybody having a go. I'm sure in some respect that Pontypridd and Llanelli will try and give those youngsters who are on the bench some game time in the hope to develop them for next season as well. Pontypridd set to retain the Dewar Shield for a second successive season. And they won it, what did I say, back in 03 as well, so they're dominating the competition at the moment. If I'm correct in my stats, it's an 8th Dewar Shield.
All onside, we played.
Yeah, lots of history as a group. A great programme being run there at the moment. Some real quality kind of coming out of that part of the world which we've seen in the last 2 years, and hopefully we'll see these boys kicking on in higher parts of the pathway.
Clock, stadium clock, our clock has turned red. Llanelli get a penalty. Within the last couple of minutes, can the West Walians get a consolation score? And as they aim the kick downfield, Gavin Dacey, well, they don't find touch. I was going to ask you just to summarise maybe which plays have caught your eye. Well, you only have time for that. Let me just round up the fact that Pontypridd have won the Dewar Shield for a second successive season, and it's really the second half performance that is the difference. It was even Stevens in the first half, 7 points to 5. Llanelli taking a lead after 5 minutes thanks to co-captain Ryan Lanfear, and Lewis Kinsey scoring late in the second half with the conversion giving Pontypridd a slender lead at the interval. With 3 tries in the second half and a much improved Pontypridd performance. The first half performance, you can say maybe they weren't really at their best, but the second half performance was definitely better. But Pontypridd are the Dewar Shield champions. Many congratulations. And Gavin, my question was going to be, who are the players who stood out and caught your eye?
Well, I think, you know, on the losing team, we've spoken about him a lot. Ryan Lanfear really kind of stood up for them tonight, particularly in that first half where he really kind of set the tone. You know, been some kind of excellent players, particularly in the second half, like we talk about on that Ponty team. I thought Ollie Matthews has been superb at 9 and kind of probably started that kick on when he kind of made that charge down and really worked hard defensively, as well as kind of, you know, Jake Barkley, who's controlled things really well behind. He's got his pack going. He's kicked well and put some balls into spaces and put some real pressure on Llanelli as well. So some really good performances.
So to confirm, the final score in the Dewar Shield final: Pontypridd 27, Llanelli 8. Pontypridd 27, Llanelli 8. Llongyfarchiadau anferthol i'r tîm gymharol leol yma i'r brif ddinas yn ennill y tlws ar darian am yr ail flynedd yn olynol, y trydydd tro mewn 4 mlynedd yn wirioneddol. Mae tîm Justin Bennell yn fan'na wedi rheoli y bencampwriaeth yma am y tymhorau dwytha. Justin Bennell there, Gavin, I'm sure a guy you know very well. How important has he been to Ponty Rugby in terms of, I know he's with the senior team not too long ago. He seems to be the backbone almost of rugby in the area, and an ever-present.
Yeah, someone knows a lot about player development, particularly young player development, with his experience with being with Cardiff Academy many years ago, as well as other roles in professional rugby, you know, coaching Cardiff Rugby at one point before his stints in London, Welsh, etc. You know, he's done a great job with this group of players, as he did with last year, and what Justin's done very well is to get some good people in and around that group, people like Ben Bennell, you know, and some really good coaches who have worked really kind of hard and well with these players to take them from the place they were when they walked in the building last year in the skill centres, etc., and then bring them to a Dewar Shield winning team. So, you know, he's been excellent for this programme.
And what a shield it is. I know it gets brought out once a year. There was a time, I hope it's not anymore, it was tucked under somebody's bed. It was so big, there was nowhere to keep it. It was tucked under somebody's bed.
Well, the rumour is it was in Justin Bennell's garage for the last 12 months, so I think we need to find somewhere kind of better to place it, I think.
Yeah. No, it's something to behold. And for those who maybe don't remember the Shield as it was a couple of years ago, where there was a horrible split around the centre of it, and it was worse for wear. And it's great to see how the BBC team with the repair shop absolutely polished it right up to look at the bee's knees.
Yeah, I'm just glad we're not in the south of France, because if that was a top 14 team now, they'd be kind of surfing on it and on one of the beaches. So it's going to be a bit more well looked after, I think.
The presentation party just getting their ducks in line, with the refereeing trio receiving their medals. Harvey Pennell, the man with the whistle for this one, as we just saw Paddy Bateman. He was in the middle for the previous game in the Champion of Champions match, the assistant in this one. Yeah, with a quick photo taken, then it will be Llanelli's turn to step up to receive their runners-up medals. Llanelli yn cael ei fyny rwan i dderbyn ei medala nhw. Am yn ail yn y gystadleuaeth. Da gweld Llanelli yn ôl ar y safon ucha yn y gystadleuaeth yma. Wrth gwrs, gystadleuaeth i'r dan 1-15 bellach. Dan 15 oedd o, rhai blynyddoedd yn ôl wedi ail strwythuro y rygbi mwyn y cyfle arall i'r bechgyn datblygu'n yr oedran yma.
Yeah, that's Simon Edwards here giving out the medals, the chairman of Welsh Schools Rugby Union, and a Welsh Schools legend, Lynn Howells.
Lynn Howells, that's it. Lynn Howells was on the repair shop.
He was, yeah, done a fantastic job as well.
Here we go, Llanelli Schools were there. Medals in hand. Of course, they will be disappointed not to come away with victory. But they did their very best. Nath nhw got a glas ac ymdrech lew wrth i Pontypridd derbyn i medalau nhw. Medala y pencampwyr, y buddigwyr, the winners' medals. And I'm wondering what the policy is with the shield. I imagine, is it a no-touch policy, or you can stand beside it but you can't lift it?
Yeah, it's like the World Cup, where you've got to have won it to be able to have lifted it, and then you've got to have white gloves on.
Yeah, yeah. But they will get the photo in front of the WRU hoarding, which I'm sure will take again pride of place up in Pontypridd somewhere. And Captain Jake Barkley gets the picture with the Vice Captain Regan Gibbons, I believe.
That's definitely a two-man job, isn't it?
It is. Oh, there is a you can touch it policy. There it is. The winners of the Dewar Shield for 2025, Pontypridd. Many congratulations on once again lifting that historic shield. Llongyfarchiad anerthol I Pontypridd, enwillwyr tarian Dewar. A mae'r ail mlynedd yn olynol, 4 tair buddigolaeth mewn 4 mlynedd. A bydd y dathlu yn mynd ymlaen yn siŵr yn hir i nos draw ym Pontypridd. Ella fydd pawb yn cael trafferth codi I darlithoedd y bore. And what a photo that will be. Will be on many a mantelpiece, I'm sure. Harian Dewar o dan 1-15, undeb rygbi Cymru, yr enillwyr Pontypridd. Many congratulations again on the victory. And to confirm the final score here at the Principality Stadium as the Pontypridd players and fans will be celebrating long into the night. Pontypridd 27, Llanelli 8.